you're sorry, honey, but you never really shown. And I can leave the party without ever letting you know. Without ever letting you know. Rufus, boy, got me love, boy, what you on? Rufus, boy, got me love, without ever letting you know. Rufus, boy, got me love, boy, what you on? Rufus, boy, got me love, without ever letting you know. Rufus, boy, got me love, boy, what you on? Rufus, boy, got me love, without ever letting you know. Rufus, boy, got me love, boy, what you on? Without ever letting you know. Caught up in my teeth. Caught up in my teeth. Just like money when I speak. Caught up in my teeth. And I missed you in the basement. Yeah, caught up in my teeth. Bodies on the pavement. Oh. And if you love me, but you never let me go. And the roof was on fire, you never let me know. Say you're sorry, honey, but you never really shown. And I can leave the party without ever letting you know. Without ever letting you know. Rufus, boy, got me love, boy, what you on? Rufus, boy, got me love, without ever letting you know. Rufus, boy, got me love, boy, what you on? Rufus, boy, got me love, without ever letting you know. Rufus, boy, got me love, boy, what you on? Rufus, boy, got me love, without ever letting you know. Rufus, boy, got me love, boy, what you on? Without ever letting you know.
I want you to want me, but you just wanna love me for the day. And I can't just walk away, even though I know you try to play. So I'ma take my time, going slow, can't get too involved. You got a face that I just can't say no to. Just can't say no to you. You know I want you, baby. You know I do. I'll give you my heart and the rest is up to you. You ain't no good for me, I know it's true, but you don't have to pay. 'Cause I do it for the thrill, for the rush. I do it for the pain, for your touch. When I only, when it's too much. If I survive, maybe you're the one. You're the one. I feel like I'm walking the tightrope of love in your circus, babe. If I were that'd be my last day, even though you're right under me. So I'ma take my time, go with the flow, can't get too involved. You got a face that I just can't say no to, just can't say
doing? Hold on, hold on, hold on. Huge news. I did my first bench press today. I only bench press the bar, but that's where we're starting off.
Never really felt bad about it.
Did I outbench Zoran? Wait, what did he bench? 130? What's his BP? Is that what we say? His BP? What's his bench press? Yeah, my personal best set so far is the bar. Is that the lingo? Am I sore from it? I actually feel okay. What's his British Petroleum? What's his British Petroleum? You know what I'm trying to do. Love how he just lurks. Strength is good to train. Amazing overall health benefits. I'm over a month in, everyone. I'm over 1 month in. We're still doing it. Did anybody else embark on a strength training gym journey when I started mine? When I was like, let's do this. Let's do this. Should I bench press Farley? He's like 16 pounds. Yes, and then I fell off. You gotta get back on. You can do it. You can do it. Let's all do it. I feel so good. I hate that they were right. Getting strong makes you feel good. I've been working on expanding my stomach. Oh, slay. Hello, little sir. Hi, my baby. Do you want to do the usual? You jump up and then you're over it? You want to jump up? Okay. Okay. You have to get paperwork for those guns. Not in America. I'm a gun owner now. I'm a gun owner. That's right. Let me see. Okay, you just stay right there. Ooh. One arm. One arm bicep. Oh, you're so cute. You're so cute. Ah. Okay, thank you. Goodbye. Goodbye. Not strength, but I bought a Stairmaster in July and I try to do it 4 days or so a week. That's all you gotta do. I've only been doing like 3, maybe 4 days a week. And I think that's why I haven't burnt out yet. I think it's why I'm still going. A Monday stream? Yes, well, we don't have podcasts anymore, so I'm back to Monday night streams. I can see it on you. Here, let's look. We did some triceps today. Okay, how do I... All right, it's not great. It's not great, but we're getting it. So you can see a little bit. Have you made friends with the regulars? Well, I date one of them, so I guess you can say. I guess you can say I have. Cap Nice, thank you for the 5. Thank you for the 5 bullets. These guns. Does Will know? He'll find out. I just want to get this like. Whew. Whew. Even doing that feels like a little bit of a workout. You're an inspiration for real. That makes me feel good because look, I didn't work out consistently for the last five and a half years. And I kind of thought to myself, I think I'm just never going to do it again. But I'm slowly but surely making my way in. And the strength training has been so good for not just feeling better when I like sit down to stream, but also making me feel like I did something else with my day. And it's usually like an hour to an hour and a half where I'm not thinking about anything except my next rep. I know, I'm in my muscle mommy era. I am. Anywho, Caroline doesn't know conceal carry. She only knows open carry. I'm pro guns now. I am. I have finally accepted my Americana. Do you feel your posture is improved? Yes. I also feel like I can sit for 6+ hours here in the chair and not feel like I'm in pain. Like, it's not perfect, but I just already feel so much better. You get so much energy after working out. Yeah, it's great to go take, an hour and a half in the afternoon and move my body. Do I have a workout playlist? I listen to podcasts. I am a workout and listen to podcast type of person. Sometimes, I'm not gonna lie, I have to turn the podcast off because it's like I don't listen to I don't think there's really any podcast that would get you pumped up, like, and the Nelk Boys, but sometimes I do have to press pause when I'm like, okay, this is not helping me get through this rep. Next, you have to try this workout. Oh God. Body, mind, and spirit. Be unstoppable. Like, what? Can I tell you something too? Honestly, beating fascists is a great motivation where you're like, all of these fascists, all of these racists, all these shitty people who work out, whether they're like the Manosphere gym bros or like Marjorie Taylor Greene, beach blonde, bad built, butch body. You need spite can be good. Yes. Exactly. Oh man, that might actually work on me. Here's what Will has said to me. He's like, the gym is the one thing the gym is one thing you can control. Like in the gym, you get to control how you are, how you are working on your body, on your fitness. Use whatever it takes to punch the effort in. Look, we might get back to the day too where we're punching Nazis. Okay, remember when that used to be a thing? Not Nazis running our social media platforms, not Nazis, all across politics. We used to punch Nazis. So I'm training for the day that we return to that, where the only way to treat a Nazi is punch him in the face. Okay? This is called praxis. Have you tried climbing? I have. It's exhausting. There's a climbing wall at our gym. It's like a little mini one that's on a roller. I can only do like 2 minutes right now. So if you take PS, you have the most amazing eyebrows I've ever seen. Thank you, doll. Doll face. Someone punched a Nazi and now DC is occupied. Yeah, I guess that's true, but you know. I'm still going with the training for the day that I'm punching Nazis again. Anyway, how's everyone doing? How's everyone's Monday? You need motivation, okay? Even if it's like I'm creating these fantasies in my head, you know, as I'm on my cardio machine, like as I'm trying to get through my last rap. I put this in the Discord kind of late, so repeating here before joining each other in RE5 later. Go into the options and turn action assist off. That's what is causing Oh! And making some cutscenes awkward. And no spoilers, but you'll want QTs for some legendary moments later. Trust you on this. I do trust you on this. Okay, remind me if I forget. We're gonna be playing, shit. Wait, Ella messaged me at 5:30. Want to play Peak? What time is it? It's 6:30. Oops. Shit, I just saw this. I think they're already playing, right? Do I like Malort? Nobody likes Malort. The only people who like Malort are psychopaths. They weren't... Oh, okay. They weren't sure Sykkuno was going to play. I thought he needed to. Yeah, Ellum asked me to play yesterday, I think, but I couldn't play, and then he asked me to play today, and I just saw his message. I'm lost. Can you point to where the beach is? Is it that way? It's this way. No, I haven't seen Honey Don't, but I did watch Sorry Baby last night. So that is the debut of Eva Victor. So Eva Victor, I talked about them before. They blew up on TikTok and had really, really funny videos, like the straight girl getting her boyfriend to go to straight pride, or girl getting her boyfriend to go to straight pride parade. Anyway, so I watched that. Here, I'll show you. Yeah, so I really appreciated this, and I thought it was a really good debut. So this is a film that Eva Victor apparently wrote based on their own parts of their own life, and there is something bad happens to Agnes. It literally says here in the log line, something terrible happened to Agnes. But life goes on for everyone else. When a friend visits on the brink of an important milestone, Agnes realizes how stuck she's been in this bittersweet story of finding your way after your world comes crashing down. And so Eva, I read some interviews, and they said that this was based on a traumatic event that happened to them, and they channeled that into this film, Sorry Baby. And I think one of the standout parts of this film is how it tackles depression. Because I feel like a lot of times you watch depression depicted on screen and it's like, oh, you can't get out of bed. You're crying all the time, which absolutely is and can be a part of depression. But I think what we don't see what we don't see is the other side of depression, which is like you are still going about your life, but you're stuck. And it seems like everyone else has moved on. Like the world keeps going. And, you know, this terrible thing happened to you, or, you know, you just suffer from depression without having had a terrible thing happen to you. And it's like, it's like you just have to keep going, but you're like crumbling inside. So I thought it was a really authentic and not usually depicted way of showing, of showing like how someone has to keep just going on with life when they have suffered trauma and are having to deal with that trauma and still act like everything is fine. Like the world just keeps on going. Jacked Up Bubbles, thank you for the 19 months. Kusi, thank you for the 26 months. This felt like the kind of thing prime Woody Allen would have written about. It makes sense. Yeah, I think I can see some similarities with kind of the with kind of like the sensibilities that Eva has. Okay, I hear you. All right. Message received. So another thing about it is like, this is clearly this is a character who deals with trauma through humor. Like that is how they cope. And I think that's also something that's very relatable, is like the worst thing in the world happens and the only way you can get through is by making awful jokes. It's just like, it's trauma is so funny in that way, where sometimes it's so absurd, like how just, you know, how you feel, like the things happening around you, it can be so absurd that all you can do is use humor to deal with it, to be like, this is crazy. Like, this is just absurd beyond belief. I watched Moon this afternoon, by the way. Amazing movie, great rec. Yay. Anyway, I enjoyed this. I don't think it's one of those films that left like a very, very profound mark on me in the way that some other films in this kind of genre do. But I thought it was a really good directorial debut, and I appreciated that it wasn't trying to do anything new as far as the subject matter, you know, but I think what was different was its approach to someone who has gone through something traumatic and then is having to deal with it afterwards. Yeah, not all the humor worked for me, I agree. Yeah, and I think there were some points that I could see Eva's influence, like TikTok influences. I could see this person who came from a world of short form comedic type of content, and I think I think they're the type of person that I can only imagine their writing will get better as they keep going. It's one of those where it did feel like a debut just in its it's good, but in its this is someone who is still who is still new to screenwriting, and I think if they continue to write and make films, we'll just kind of sharpen that dialogue. Like there wasn't really any lines of dialogue that just really, really have stuck with me. But still an impressive debut. I still recommend watching this, especially if you want to see kind of a different side of like somebody dealing with depression from a traumatic event. And I think too, I think it's one of those quiet films. I was impressed by Eva's tonal control. Definitely there could have been moments where I see how it goes a little bit like way too off the rails dramatically, and just would not have felt right with the rest of the film. But anyway, so I recommend watching this, as I think it's an impressive debut, and I think it's an interesting way of approaching trauma. I haven't seen it yet, but one of my friends gave it a rare 5 stars. Wow. You know what? I actually screenshotted. Sometimes I will see reviews on Letterboxd that kind of, catch my breath. And this Letterboxd review is a line that's almost better than any line of dialogue in the film. This is going to be the most important movie that someone watches, and I hope that it helps them on their journey. There was something about that I just felt really moved by, because that is the way that is the power that film can have, and how you might be someone that this film is exactly what you needed, and it speaks to you in a way that it might not to others. And I just thought that was so beautiful. This is going to be the most important movie someone watches, and I hope it helps them on their journey. Like, isn't that just lovely? And that had me thinking too. That had me thinking about, here it is. So Aubrey Plaza went on Amy Poehler's podcast, and I think this is the first time that she's opened up about the loss of her ex-husband, Jeff Baena, who died by suicide. And people were kind of ripping on her, talking about the film that like helped get her through her grief. And it's because that it was a really big movie on Apple with Miles Teller and Anya Taylor-Joy, and it's about 2 operatives who are stationed at these posts across a gorge, and they are supposed to be protecting the world from something mysterious, and they form a relationship across this gorge. So it was okay. Like, the film was fine, but I don't think that's the point here. And I think I think it's kind of like this review where your experiences in life are going to affect your relationship with art. And you may watch something that is a pile of trash, and I'm not saying the gorge is a pile of trash, but whatever it is, and it may speak to you in a way that you can't predict it will, and that can't be captured in like reviews. I watched this whole up. You can tell Aubrey can't find the words to talk about how she feels this is the best way. Okay, anyway, let's watch the clip.
Tragic year.
Yeah.
You lost your husband. You've been dealing with that, and you've been
Goosies, thank you for the 21 months.
Ways in which to feel and find support. And I think I would, on behalf of all the people who feel like they know you and the people who do know you, how are you feeling today?
I mean, right in this very, very present moment, I feel happy to be with you.
Mm-hmm.
I feel overall I'm here and I'm functioning, and I feel, like I feel really grateful to be moving through the world. I think like I'm okay, but it's like a daily struggle, obviously. This is like a really dumb analogy, and it was kind of a joke at a certain point, but like I actually mean it. Did you see that movie, The Gorge?
No.
Okay.
Horror movie?
It's like a alien movie or something
Okay.
with like Miles
Teller?
Teller.
Okay.
And but it's like in the movie there's like a cliff on one side, and then there's like a cliff on the other side, and then there's like gorge in between, and it's like filled with all these like monster people that are trying to get them. And like I swear when I watched it, I was like, that is like feels like what my grief is like, where it's like, or what grief could be like, where it's like at all times there's like a giant like ocean of just awfulness that's like right there, and I can like see it. And like sometimes I just want to like just dive into it and just like be in it, and then sometimes I just like look at it, and then sometimes I'm like I just try to get away from it, but it's always there. It's just always there, and the monster people are trying to get me like Miles Teller.
and
Anya Taylor-Joy.
I don't know how you watch this and don't understand, first of all, what she's saying, and second of all, think that this has that this at all warrants a review of the film The Gorge. She's not being like, this is the greatest film of all time, and then doing a review on the film. She's literally like, this actual gorge that's depicted in the movie feels like how my grief feels. She's expressing how her grief feels like this massive gorge, and then along comes this movie, The Gorge, that visualizes this massive gorge, which she watched, and that visual was like how her grief feels internally. And it's wild to me because everyone acts, first of all, okay, just to have like a conversation around grief. Everyone acts as if you're supposed to grieve one way, first of all. You see that all the time where people are like, she wasn't crying at the pictures of the funeral. I'm not talking about Aubrey Plaza. I'm just, in general, we see comments all the time. We see this idea that like grief presents itself one way, and that you, in dealing with grief, must act one way. And a lot of times, grief can be so weird and strange in how it can affect people differently, and like how they process that. In the same way too, that you never know what you'll never know something that you'll see, and it will just like kick something in you. It's like sometimes even when I feel just really sad, I feel sad, and I'll look at a stupid video. I'll look at a stupid video that in a different frame of mind, I would probably not look twice at. And yet there's something about it that it will just kind of stop me short, and it like speaks to how I'm feeling in that moment. And it has nothing to do with it being like, you know, with it being a great piece of art. It's how it makes you feel. And Aubrey probably would not have watched a film like that and felt the same way had she not experienced the loss of Jeff. That is just something that's how that happens, you know, when you have gone through when you have gone through something extremely difficult, when you are processing grief, you just don't know. You don't know what it is that will help you through. And in that way, it's kind of nice, you know. Sometimes you'll be it's like an unexpected thing where you listen to a song, right? How many times do we listen? How many of us listen to music that hits differently when you are going through something? And maybe it's like okay, I don't like Taylor Swift normally, but I'm going through a breakup and this Taylor Swift song is fucking speaking to me. You're like listening to the words in the lyrics and going, that's how I feel. Like somebody is somebody has put words to these feelings that I have right now. And no one is allowed to judge you for that. And no one should judge you for that, because there is no measure. There's no like objective measure of what is, what is a thing that helps us process our emotions. And that is how art works. You may see something that everyone else thinks, it's trash, but it may trigger something in you. It may make you feel something, or it may speak to something that you're feeling, but you cannot, but that you can't put words to, that you can't articulate. So I don't know. I mean, it was just like, there were such bizarre responses. There were such bizarre responses to this podcast clip. And I'm so perplexed by it. I'm very perplexed by it, because I think that is what is so great about the things that we experience in this world, is there is something out there for you to help you through tough times. And it may not have been like intended that way, but that doesn't matter. I don't think necessarily the filmmaker, I mean, whatever, it does not, the Gorge film does not matter. Like, it doesn't matter talking about it. But it might not even be that the filmmaker was like, I'm making a film about grief, about loss, and I am going to use this metaphor, of gorge, but make it an actual gorge. It doesn't matter. It just matters how something makes you feel, or how something, whether it's a picture, whether it's like a silly post that you see on the internet, whether it's it's a film, whatever it is. I think it's really cool that people can just experience things differently. And that's why, like, with this film that I watched, Sorry Baby, I loved this Letterboxd review that said this is going to be the most important movie someone watches, and I hope that it helps them on their journey, because it's that understanding that this might not be, this film might not have done it for me completely. It might have been great in some ways, but if I'm, reviewing it from just a writing and directing and performance kind of rubric, maybe it didn't hit in all the areas. But there is someone who's going to watch that film and go, that is me. Like, they are going to see themselves or see their life on screen, and it will speak to them. They will relate to it in a way that not everyone is going to. Is the fly still there? Yes, the fly is now a permanent member of this family. Yeah, the quality of the gorge is not relevant to what she's speaking about. This is not the time for people to chime in with their reviews of the movie. It's like, let me give you my review of the gorge, when that is not at all what the point was of what she was talking about. It's weird, but there are songs I connected with grieving my younger brother where the songs are actually like love songs, but it's the lyrics of living without you kind of vibes that resonate with my heart and felt cathartic. I've had people be like, weird, when I mention that, and they just don't get it. They're like, oh, so you were in love with your brother? Oh, it's so stupid. I also hate this idea that love songs always have to be romantic relationships. It's like, if there's a song about love where someone is speaking, we're in the lyrics, it's someone singing about a lost love or, somebody that they miss, that it's always turned into it applying to romantic relationships rather than love and music that speaks of love being more of in the general sense. Like, can never have platonic or familial love. I know. Now, if the song is Bad by Wale, maybe that's a little bit different, okay? I can be your bad girl. I'll prove it to you. I sure know how to fuck. Yeah, I think maybe you can look at that song and go, I think this is more specific to more specific to the type of feelings that are being expressed here, you know? It's a great song though. Let's get it. Bad girls ain't no good, and good girls ain't no fun. Have you heard of the ball in a box metaphor when it comes to grief? Let me see. Grief is like a ball in a box, Lauren Herschel's metaphor. There's a ball with a box in it and a pain button. In the beginning, the ball is huge. You can't move the box without the ball hitting the pain button. It rattles around on its own in there and hits the button over and over. You can't control it. It just keeps hurting. Sometimes it seems unrelenting. Over time, the ball gets smaller. It hits the button less and less, but when it does, it hurts just as much. It's better because you can function day to day more easily, but the downside is that the ball randomly hits that button when you least expect it. For most people, the ball never really goes away. It might hit less and less, and you have more time to recover between hits, unlike when the ball was still giant. I thought this was the best description of grief I've heard in a long time. Yeah, that's a really beautiful metaphor, because that is how it feels. And I think that was also something that Eva Victor was trying to express in Sorry Baby, where it's like, I can't do anything about the fact that I experienced this traumatic thing, that this traumatic thing was done to me, and now I have to deal with the aftermath of it. But what I can do is know that it, is tell myself that I can keep going, and that, I don't know, it's almost, I think what happens sometimes is when you've experienced trauma or when you've experienced grief, it feels like you're never gonna get out of it. It's so encompassing, and you feel like you can just die of a broken heart, of just being so overwhelmed with how you feel. And then, it is one of those that, like, time doesn't fully heal wounds, but it does lessen the constantness of grief, and it also reminds you that, like, you can keep putting one foot in front of the other, that you can find ways to manage it. Since someone can retain their own personal meaning from a piece of art that the artist may not have intended, a corollary, I think, is a means towards the whole separating the art from the artist topic. Like, since the art's meaning is yours to own, nobody nor the artist can take that away. That's true. The only thing that I will say is that a lot of times people will use that as an excuse to keep continuing to financially support an artist, which I think is different than, like, say, Neil Gaiman, for instance. Neil Gaiman's books that a lot of people grew up on, like, if that meant something to you, you can still have that. You can still, like, those memories, how it was formative to your development, just kind of the just like all the good things that the work that was made by a monster meant to you when you were, growing up and reading those books. I think it's different when then we get into this conversation around, for instance, J.K. Rowling. Okay. J.K. Rowling is utilizing the money that she continues to get from, say, the new HBO Harry Potter show, books that she's continuing to put out. She is using that to directly fund legislation that is taking rights away from trans people. So I think absolutely the idea of separating art from the artist exists, but often it's being used to justify continuing to support someone who is actively causing harm and is using the money that comes from you, the consumer, to keep causing harm. Is there anything good that comes out of grief? I think yes. I think grief can make you more empathetic. I think grief can bring you closer to people. I think it can I think in a way I think in a way it can change you, but not necessarily like in the worst ways. I think it can make you, I think it definitely can make you more compassionate. It's something that, like, I always talk about how we're all trying to relate, right? We're all trying to form human connections. And that's why art is so powerful, because it speaks to our experiences as human beings. And a lot of times you might not have the ability to articulate or express something, but then you see something, you hear something that is exactly how you feel. And that is relating. That is connection. So with grief, I think it can help you connect with people because it's something where, grief is an individual experience, but also it's one that a lot of people will experience. I think too, with the loss of loved ones, it can cause you to kind of pause and take stock of your life. And just so often we are chugging along. We're just grinding, work, everything else to support ourselves in life, but then can neglect personal relationships. And I think a lot of times grief can cause you to pause and kind of look around and reevaluate. It's not that you look, we all got to work, all got to pay our bills. There's a lot of things in life that are very demanding and, just responsibilities that we have. But I don't know. I think you shouldn't have to be grieving. You shouldn't have to experience something. You shouldn't have to experience loss to do that. It's just that usually those are the moments where people do kind of reevaluate, what am I doing in this life? Like, why am I not trying to prioritize spending more time with the people that I love? Because at the end of your life, it doesn't matter how much money you've made. It doesn't matter like all the material things you possessed. What's the line in It's a Wonderful Life? It's a Wonderful Life. A man, George Bailey is the richest man in town. George Bailey is the richest man in town because so many people love him and because he has helped so many people, and then in turn they come together to help him in his time of need. Great film. Also, someone who's dealt with trauma, there's no better feeling than when your trauma allows you to speak to what someone else is going through and to make their journey a little easier. Yes. And that is truly just speaking to how important human connection is. And what happens when we are so isolated and we don't have people around us. Because I firmly believe like you cannot get through life without without a support system, without community. Community is so important. It's so important. Every time I feel I'm losing myself, that I'm not in a good place, I always know I have to reach out to my community. I have to reach out to my people, and I have to be reminded of, I have to be reminded of like what is important in my life and the people who comprise my life, because we are all like the main character in our own stories, but we can't we can't be entirely on our own. Also, as the years and years go by, our brains acclimate, and when those moments that the grief does hit you, it keeps their memory and your connection alive. Yeah. What is grief but love persevering? I can see a lot of y'all went to therapy. It's some good shit, right? Yes, I have gone to therapy, but also, therapy's great. Therapy is great. It can be, it can really, really help you. But one thing that has always been important to me is art. Is like, I'll watch a film that makes me feel so deeply, that makes me like see people on the screen whose lives are so different than mine, and yet I feel connected to them. I think it's so important. It's so important. And so anyway, to wrap this up, I will say it does not matter what it is that speaks to you, as far as it meaning something to you. Don't let anybody take that, okay? And who cares about who cares about it being like the greatest piece of art that's ever existed? I think a lot of times great art is just, oh my God, you are ruining my life. I think great art, be they songs, films, paintings, etc., has the ability to, be enjoyed by a lot of people. Where, it's why we have the greatest films of all time, the greatest songs of all time. Art that is in museums. But that doesn't mean that there cannot be art outside of the greatest works of all time that you can feel deeply connected to, that you can have, a personal experience with, that may not be that may not be shared by a vast number of people. Okay, we are going to get to the Lil Nas story. Oni, I made this video to understand my own grief. Digimon World gifted me a new understanding on death. I had what I consider to be a profound life experience while playing Digimon World. That's awesome. That's, you know what? It's a perfect reminder of how that happens. You never know when you will have just a really a really profound experience with something that you didn't expect, or that maybe other people haven't, but you did. Okay. All right. It didn't come to me on purpose. It was an accident, which is how I imagine, Oka T, thank you for the 2 months, which is how I imagine Aubrey Plaza felt when she put on that Apple TV movie and probably didn't expect that it would visually, oh my God, this is actually the worst it's been. What is going on? I don't understand. I replaced my XLR. I swear they're in the computer. They are in the computer. I'm like, is it the cloud lifter? I don't know. I can't think. We are under attack. We're under attack. Okay. Maybe it's the headphones? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it is, but it's driving me cuckoo. Okay, so follow up to what is happening with Lil Nas X, which I covered on Saturday, I believe, when a video was taken of him at 4 a.m. walking down Ventura Boulevard in Studio City, and he seemed to be under the influence of something and or having a mental health crisis. The cops were called, and the cops ended up arresting him, and he then was hospitalized for a potential overdose. And today the news came out that he is facing 4 felony counts. This is serious. It could potentially carry up to 10 years of prison if he is convicted of these felony accounts. So it's even more serious than we thought when the news first came out. And I was already pissed at how this story was being reported on by TMZ and Pop Crave and these other salacious pop culture accounts, but also the way that people were reacting to it, from anywhere from, oh, he's just doing a publicity stunt, who gives a shit, like, I'm over his ass, to like weirdos saying, the power of Christ compels you, this is what happens because you're doing Satan's work, to kind of just generally people not having any care, any compassion in this situation. A lot of like, oh, he's rich, who gives a shit. So okay. What you need to understand is that we should care about Montero. We should care about Lil Nas X. And you should understand how, yes, he is famous and rich, and there is a lot of attention on this story because of the celebrity at the center. But this is something that happens to people in this country every single day. Those who are, people who are poor, who are unhoused, who are having, mental health problems, and how the way that we treat struggling people in this country is to throw them into prison. There is a pipeline of of people having mental health crises and then going into the prison complex system. So it's terrible. It's terrible the way that we should be responding with public housing. We should be responding with more funding to public health, to, installing something like universal health care. But instead, what we do is lock them up because obviously the prison industrial complex is a multi-billion-dollar industry. It is for profit. It is profitable to the wealthy individuals and companies that benefit from putting people behind bars. And we treat healthcare as something that's too expensive, but we don't treat locking people up as expensive at all. Expensive not just from how much it costs to contain someone in jail, in prison, what the daily costs are of that, but also the costs to their well-being, the cost to their lives. Yeah, also this is the fucking photo. This is a picture of him standing with his attorney during his arraignment on Monday. And as I said, it's actually surprising that he didn't end up being yet another victim of the cops, because a lot of times we'll see this happen where a black or brown man who is experiencing mental health issues has the cops called, and it results in them being shot to death. But still understand that, like, even with him being a celebrity, in the eyes of the criminal justice system right now, he is simply just a young black man. So he's been charged with 4 felony counts related to the scantily clad and ultimately entirely unclad early morning episode that culminated in his arrest Thursday morning. I really don't like how that's being framed. It makes it sound like he just was running around being like, hey, everybody. The singer, whose name is Montero Lamar Hill, is facing 3 counts of battery with injury on a police officer. Also, we need to see... We need the body cam footage here, because I don't know about you, I don't trust cops, and I certainly don't trust cops when they are responding to what seemed to be a mental health crisis. So this idea that, like, he is now facing 3 counts of battery with injury on a police officer and 1 count of resisting. Well, what were the exact, what exactly happened? The Call Me By Your Name Montero singer spent the weekend in a Van Nuys jail after first being taken to a local hospital Thursday morning because of what authorities said was a suspected overdose. He waived his arraignment, pleading not guilty on all counts, according to TMZ. Bail has been set at $75,000, with the singer required to stay away from illegal narcotics and enroll in an outpatient treatment program if he is able to post bail. He did post bail. That is one thing where, when you have resources, you can do something like that, which is also why Trump going after the cashless bail states is awful, because we know that cashless bail is a deeply unequal practice. And what cashless bail does is it ensures that poor people are locked up behind bars before they have their, before they have their hearings, before their day in court, and that wealthy people get to go free. So eliminating cash bail, which is a money bail system that disproportionately affects poor people and people of color, is the right thing to do. And opponents of bail reform will pull the whole, oh, well, if we let them out on the street, then crime is going up. Like, they make this link between eliminating cash bail and crime going up, and that does not exist. So, for instance, in Illinois, Illinois, which was the first state, I believe, to implement a cashless bail system, Illinois did not see an uptick in crime because no statistically significant relationship between bail reform and crime rates exists. But what does exist is statistics and facts that show cash bail only worsens poverty, only disproportionately affects people of color and poor people, and leads to worsening inequalities in the criminal justice system. And again, this is not they don't, if somebody is arrested on a violent crime, they are not letting them out. This is not in states that cashless bail has, that bail reform has gone through, that they're just letting anybody out onto the streets. That is propaganda. That is right-wing propaganda. They are lies. It is fear-mongering to convince you that we need to be even stricter. We need to be even harsher on all these criminals. Most people are being arrested on low-level non-violent offenses, and then they are having to remain behind bars, and we know that leads to a higher likelihood of then pleading guilty, of being incarcerated. And what that does, to people who already have deteriorating mental health states, it worsens it. It's not good to be remaining behind bars for however long before you have your court date. The Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office did not respond immediately Monday to the Times request for comment. Also, as prosecutors were taking care of their business, it looked like whoever called the cops on Lil Nas X last week wasn't exaggerating when they reported the Grammy winner as a nude man walking in the street in Studio City. Initial video posted last week by TMZ showed the performer wearing only tighty whities and white cowboy boots, strolling and posing on an LA street just before sunrise, and just before his arrest on suspicion of charging at a police officer. But it turns out that's not the exact condition he was in when law enforcement took him in. In a new video TMZ posted over the weekend, the Old Town Road singer can be seen walking down the middle of a street, fully naked, having shed the boots and underpants that had barely covered his modesty. That he disrobed explains how a concerned citizen/amateur videographer was able to snatch his boots up from the street and list them for sale on eBay, seeking $10,000 or best offer. Oh my God, whoever that is, go fuck yourself. Concerned citizen/amateur videographer who took those boots and immediately listed them on eBay. Oh my God. In the new footage, Lil Nas X recites some Nicki Minaj lyrics from the Kanye West video tune Monster as he struts runway style towards the person shooting the video, who appears to be in the driver's seat of a car. An LAPD spokesperson told The Times last week that the 26-year-old who was arrested around 6 a.m. Thursday initially was taken to a hospital for a possible overdose. He was booked a little over 5 hours later and ultimately spent the weekend in a Van Nuys jail pending a court date Monday to set bail. Both the LAPD and Los Angeles Fire Department responded to the scene on Thursday. LAFD did not give The Times additional information about the singer's condition. Maybe that's important. The performer was arrested on suspicion of battery on a police officer after he allegedly charged at officers who responded to the call. Although TMZ reported that he was being held on a misdemeanor, online arrest records list him as being held on a felony count. Representatives for Lil Nas X did not immediately respond to the Times request for comment Monday. His arrest came soon after he apparently wiped his Instagram grid of old photos and posted a couple dozen new ones, including a selfie posted last week of himself wearing a fur coat, bright red lipstick, and both a cowboy hat and crown. "Oh no, she's gone mad, crazy I tell you," he captioned the post. In another photo, he posed in front of a backlit mirror in a gold gown, white cowboy boots, and a tiara. "And just like that, she's back," he wrote in that caption. "We've all waited so long when Dream World needed her the most." The criminal complaint filed in court Monday includes few details, but says that for each of the 3 officers, he did unlawfully use force and violence and inflict an injury on a person he reasonably should have known was a peace officer engaged in the performance of a duty. Well, how do we know that, though? So we're supposed to... The fact that the cops have not given any additional details on his mental state and are saying instead he should have reasonably known. Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. If you are a person who is under the influence of something, which he was taken to the hospital on a suspected overdose, and or experiencing a mental health crisis, no, you don't. No, you do not. And then what does injury mean? What do we mean here? Because in the LA Times reporting on this, they said he charged at officers who responded to the call. And now here in the criminal complaint, they're saying he unlawfully used force and violence and inflicted an injury, which is why he's being charged with 4 felony counts. Police suspecting a possible overdose. So then, okay, if the police were suspecting that he had overdosed, how then could they also be like, he should, he reasonably means he was in a right state of mind. If you are experiencing an overdose, you are not in a right state of mind. So this is just, I don't trust this. I do not. But that aside, it also is like whatever, because it just speaks to how mental health and substance abuse issues and these things that often go hand in hand, how we handle them through criminalization. And that's all we have. That seems to be over and over again the only pathway here, which does not help anybody. This does not fix the issues that we have in this country. This does not offer support to people, whether they are Lil Nas X or they are, not Lil Nas X, not somebody who has the fame and, resources that he has. It makes it makes it worse. Assuming the allegations here are true, this is an absolute aberration in this person's life, his lawyer said in court. Nothing like this has ever happened to him. He's set to return to court on September 15th for his next pretrial hearing. Oh, God. I want to watch this. So this is still when Vice News was putting stuff out, but this is a Vice News report from a decade ago that is titled Institutionalized Mental Health Behind Bars.
In the community.
Are you worried?
A little bit, yeah.
There's really no system that's really looking out for them. We're just leaving them to fend for themselves.
Today, man, I'm a better man. I'm getting better.
I just can't think to myself that a thoughtful society would agree this is how we should treat people.
Dangling fruit, thank you for the prime.
We're here at Cook County Jail in Chicago, which is the largest single-site jail facility in America. Right now, it houses 9,000 inmates, and it's estimated that 30% of them have mental illnesses.
30%.
That makes this what's thought to be the largest mental health care provider in America right now.
Fellas, when we go around this corner, you're gonna go on the left-hand wall. Keep your hand behind your backs.
So right now, we're headed to the morning intake area. That's where everyone who was arrested last night is brought in and where their mental health is assessed. It's the first point of contact in the sort of mental health treatment process that happens in Cook County Jail.
This is from a report from Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration from last year. It's estimated that 18% of the general population has a mental illness. However, an estimated 44% of those in jail and 37% of those in prison have a mental illness. It's estimated that 11% of 18 to 25-year-olds and 6% of those over 25 years old have a substance use disorder. 63% of people in jail and 58% in prison have a substance use disorder. People with these disorders have challenges in getting appropriate treatment, and often incarceration exacerbates their symptoms. This can lead to individuals staying incarcerated longer than those without behavioral health concerns. I mean, it's not complicated to understand how you have so many people who are incarcerated who also have mental illness, who have substance use disorders, because they do not have the support that they need. We do not have mental and regular healthcare, mental healthcare systems, and just in general healthcare systems that give them help, that provide support. So they end up incarcerated, and they remain incarcerated because incarceration only worsens it. And then if they are released, they are going back into society that does not offer them the proper support that they need.
Over 100 arrestees were shuffling through lines, getting checked for weapons and drugs, and moving in and out of various bullpens.
And what's your charge today? Possession?
Yeah.
Okay, anything else?
No.
Ellie Montgomery is a social worker who heads up the sheriff's pre-bond initiative.
My job
Emery,
is to
thank you
help
for the 13 minutes.
Before you ever started using, was there depression or anxiety? You suffer from that?
Yeah.
She screens each arrestee that passes through the intake center before they see a judge, a process that's unique to Cook County Jail.
You ever tried to hurt yourself? Okay, how many times?
Like 3.
3 attempts?
I think a lot about that.
Okay, you think a lot about ending your life and death? Okay. And then who helped you outside with your meds?
Nobody.
Just in here? See this?
Yeah.
This is a suicide hotline number. If you ever feel like hurting yourself, you got to get off the heroin, right? You're self-medicating, right? You understand you're self-medicating for the depression and the voices with the heroin. You got violent charges or what?
Nobody likes me.
You think that nobody likes you and that's why? Sweetie, the judge doesn't make a decision based on whether they like you. They look at the charges.
Everybody just want me to die. I just need to die.
Okay, that's not going to happen. Sarge?
Yeah.
I'm going to have him single-celled for suicide watch. I'll notify courts, okay?
I mean, that pretty much sums it up. Everybody just wants me to die, because that is how we treat the poor in this country. That is how we treat people who are struggling. It's just wait for them to die. Whether we, whether they're on the streets or they're behind bars, it is a society that is backwards, where we make we make all our laws and our systems to benefit the wealthy and just, increase their wealth to no limit, while simultaneously making life harder for people who are poor, for people who are struggling immensely. I know, it's heartbreaking. It is.
Can you explain to us what just happened with that young man?
Okay, so he's actively suicidal. He's bipolar. He's very, very worried about his case, but more than anything, he's not oriented at time. So some concerns. He's got a plan. He's had several suicide attempts before.
So what would have happened to that young man had he not been screened here right now?
He would probably have a suicide attempt because of the bipolar disorder and the illness. Things are, his thinking is a little off, so he's kind of putting the pieces together right now. And the more he puts that together, and the more anxiety and fear he has, the more likely he's really gonna do something.
Let it out, gentlemen!
As morning intake came to a close, we were told by Ellie and her team that 45% of the individuals they screened that day showed clear signs of mental illness.
Hey, Rod, you should
Illinois was one of the top 10 states to cut mental health funding between 2009 and 2012, with a 32% cut. It was an attempt to help fix the state's fiscal crisis. These budget cuts hit Illinois' already beleaguered mental health system hard. The irony of this approach is that it actually cost the state more money. During this time, the state saw a $131 million increase in spending on hospitalizations and institutionalizations. That was the beginning of what some refer to as an all-out public health crisis. Amid rampant budget cuts in 2012, Rahm Emanuel closed 6 out of 12 public mental health care facilities in Chicago.
That piece of shit!
Sparking outrage across communities and a flurry of media coverage.
Thank you.
We went to meet Cook County Sheriff Tom Dart, who runs the jail and has frequently spoken out for the mentally ill population he houses and treats in his facility.
I punched Rahm Emanuel once on the arm. It was total instinct. I thought I was going to get fired from my job, and I wish I had punched him in the stupid face. I've worked in multiple mental health hospitals. Oftentimes, patients are 6 to 9 months between jail, hospital, halfway house, streets. We abuse these people to an extent the public can't begin to understand. Yeah, and I think somebody asked a question of like, if this is the only place that they can get care, is it better for them? I mean, no. It speaks to how fucked up it is that like jails and prisons are the largest mental health providers. It's of course not. Of course, it's ultimately not a good thing, though, because these are people who are incarcerated, and what incarceration does to you, especially the longer that you're incarcerated, like when we talk about being institutionalized and how the longer you are, especially at a younger age, behind bars, that you are incarcerated, it makes it even harder to re-enter society. It's never a good thing to be captive by the state. I understand what you're saying, where it's like, okay, well, if this is you know the option for people who have mental illness or addiction issues, that at least there's people like that social worker, but it's not good though. The only best place are ones that they can't afford. Yeah, that they don't have access to. Prototype, thank you for the 2 months. Alexandra, thank you for the 3 months.
This thing is massive. It's a massive complex. Hey, Sheriff Dart. How you doing? Very nice to meet you.
My pleasure. Nice to meet you.
We headed to Division 2, one of the tiers designed and operated especially for inmates who struggle with mental illness.
I'll check on your stuff today. I mean, I don't know if I can do anything before the next court date, but this is complete bullshit, and we all know it.
Sheriff Dart visits these facilities frequently and is familiar with the inmates and their cases.
Do you have any violence in your background?
No violence at all.
None at all?
None at all.
Where have you been living before you got...
On a train.
On a train? What are you accused of stealing?
One pair of jeans.
Okay.
But you were just telling the sheriff you've been here for 2 months over 1 pair of stolen jeans.
Yes, sir.
And you were homeless before that, living on the train.
Yes, sir.
And what are they telling you in terms of your trial, of what's going to happen, anything of that nature?
They're not telling me anything at all.
Yeah, and then you have, you have a country filled with people and filled with political leaders who celebrate individuals like Daniel Penny. Daniel Penny, who killed Jordan Neely, a man who was in the throes of clearly a mental health crisis. And not only was Daniel Penny did not have to face legal consequences for that, he's been celebrated as a fucking hero. That it's like, oh, okay, so the thing to do here when you have a person like Jordan Neely is to just kill them, because that's what the state is all about. That it is criminal. It's, we criminalize poverty. We reward and celebrate individuals who take care of the problem.
I'm waiting for 3 months.
Mm-hmm. And nothing, no information.
No information at all. Vision 2 been kind of helping me with my mental health issues.
This man stole a pair of jeans. He stole a pair of jeans, and look at what happened. And you should be outraged. You should be outraged that someone who's in a position in life where they have to steal a pair of jeans, they have to steal clothes, is locked up this way. And that should tell you that we live in a broken society. That is not good. That is not something to champion. The circumstances of this young man's life that resulted in him having to steal a pair of jeans, and then the aftermath of that. They pay more to jail him than the jeans could cost. I know. And how many times do we have to say that corporations and billionaires, the very, very tippity top of our society, steals infinitely more, except it's legal. The laws have been crafted in a way to let them do that. These corporations steal so much more. It's not even close. The amount of wealth that they get to legally steal. But that's the difference, right? It's always the what is something that when you are poor, it's looked down upon, or it's criminalized, versus when you are very rich. They also illegally steal it and no one does anything about it. That is true. Yes. You want to know why? For instance, the most heavily audited county in the United States of America is also one of the poorest counties. It is in Mississippi, and it is a county that year after year is audited to hell and back. And that is because the IRS, if they try and go up against a billionaire who was getting away, stealing so much more than everyone in this country combined, they are coming up against their enormous resources. They are coming up against their literal team of lawyers, people whose entire job it is to help their wealthy clients pocket as much as they can and get away with it. So it's why the IRS then goes after poorer counties, because they can't. It's like, oh, this person who was $100 short on their taxes, they are bringing down the hammer on them. This graph will never not be relevant. Wage theft, when employers steal from employees. It's like auto theft, 3.8 billion. Minimum wage violations, $23.2 billion. Overtime violations, $8.8 billion. Rest break violations, $4 billion. Off the clock violations, $3.2 billion. I think I see the problem here, and it's not poor people committing petty theft. Hold my cider. Thank you for the 3 months. The only time rich people are punished is when they attack or steal from someone richer than them. Case in point, the Ponzi scheme that Bernie Madoff ran. So that Ponzi scheme, the reason that Bernie Madoff, who was responsible for the largest Ponzi scheme in history, the reason that he faced very serious legal consequences was because he defrauded wealthy people. He defrauded not the poor, but rich, because he was doing stock and securities fraud. And that is a no-no. If you steal from the rich, you're cooked. Yeah.
Because I'm being medicated for bipolar and depression.
Were you receiving any treatment when you were outside of the system?
No, I was like using drugs instead of taking my medication.
Using drugs to help medicate yourself?
Yes.
$150,000 bond.
$150,000 bond. They know he can't pay that. $150,000 for stealing a pair of jeans. Like, you should never forget the 2008 financial crisis, okay? Not a single person, no one at Lehman Brothers, no one anywhere went to prison. That was a global financial crisis. It crashed the United States housing market. And no one who was involved in that faced consequences. And you know what happened? Barack Obama bailed the banks out. That's what he did, because that's how it works.
He's got?
Yeah.
So that gentleman we just spoke to for stealing a pair of jeans has a $150,000 bond set on him. That's why he's here. In one of the mental health dorm units, a group therapy session was taking place.
These are where we house our low-level.
Somebody who's stealing a pair of jeans is never going to be in a position to trigger a full-on economic collapse. And yet, look at how the system handles him. Look at who we decide are the criminals in our society. Someone who stole a fucking pair of jeans.
Mentally ill offenders. These units are almost always filled. And it's one of the points I've always tried to explain to people with these national crime trends all going down around the country, same here. We have been able to close down a couple of our divisions, and the only place we've ever been overcrowded in the last 7 years has been our acute mentally ill floor, and that's overcrowded almost every day.
And what are we watching right here, right now?
This is a program that we contract out with a group called WestCare, and it's a program that they sit and they talk with the individual who is really trying to go through a whole litany of things here. And I say, okay, give me the philosophy and the theory of why this person should be in here. And all I keep coming back is, well, they committed a crime. Well, I said, well, when they're showing up at my door within hours of having committed the offense and they're acutely mentally ill, how can you show the intent? Goodbye. Take care.
And another thing, too, is like, look, I love Winona Ryder, okay? I do. Winona Ryder shoplifted like $5,000 worth of luxury items. She was caught. She was sentenced to a couple years of probation, like community service, counseling, all of that. So that's another example of like rich people shoplift. They do for whatever fucking reasons. It's not usually because they can't afford the item. And I correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that there is evidence that the rich shoplift more than the poor. It's not about shoplifting, it's about getting caught. Yeah. Like, I think the total losses in shoplifting that is committed by wealthy people is higher than poor people who shoplift. It's crime exhibitionism. And that's usually what will happen is you'll just get off with a slap on the wrist, right? You'll get probation, community service, that kind of thing.
Take care. Bye, guys. Bye, guys. They're there for just however long it takes. And then they're shot back out into the street. No support net mechanisms, whatever. And
I mean, look, they're asking you to. They have robots doing checkout. It was so crazy. I went to a grocery store the other day. It was a full on, it was like a full length, what's the thing that you put your food on? What is that? You know how a lot of times in the self-checkout, it's just little mini ones? The conveyor belt. It was a full-on aisle, a full-on conveyor belt, like where probably they used to have a human employee there. And that was the checkout. Like they had the bags and the full conveyor belt. except you just do it yourself. I mean, I'm not saying anything about people who take advantage of the fact that they have replaced all the human employees with self-checkout. You know, when they replace them with robots to save costs on labor. Yeah, they fire cashiers and make the customers do the labor for free. So you technically are you're doing labor that you're not being paid for.
Come right back in, and all the numbers show that. And so they come back in and they do it over and over and over and over again. And it costs outrageous amounts of money.
It's estimated that the cost of incarcerating an individual runs around $150 a day. But Sheriff Dart told us that when you're dealing with somebody with serious mental illness, the cost could be 3 times that number. Experts estimate that to treat the same individual outside of a correctional facility is just a fraction of this cost, about $10,000 annually. That's $27 per day.
So how is this financially
Johnny, thank you for the 13 months.
How is it financially? How does it make sense? It doesn't. It's horrible. I mean, honestly, God, I just can't think to myself that a thoughtful society would agree this is how we should treat people.
No.
One of the initiatives the sheriff has implemented is the Mental Health Transition Center.
And I think one thing we really need to think about is, what do we want our society to look like? And a lot of people are stuck in not being able to imagine a better society, where they look at this and they go, well, you commit a crime, then you do the time. It's like, okay, but that's not actually how it works. Commit a crime, do the time. Well, yeah, if you're poor, if you are not a wealthy person in this country, you're doing the time, and you're doing a lot of the time. But it's this inability to like break out of the current confines of the systems that we have, where people simply cannot imagine, what if it wasn't this? What if we had a society that was built to ensure that every member had their basic needs met, that we did not that we did not prioritize criminalizing the vulnerable in that society? They just don't. Yeah, people don't think about it. They can't imagine something being different than what it is now. Even when there are societies that are doing things different than ours, and we can point to them and be like, it's not as if we have, it's not homogenous around the world.
Inmates are offered therapeutic treatment services as they prepare to re-enter their communities.
And guys, this is the importance of understanding the cycle. So how do we break this cycle? How do we understand our triggers and our cues? So let's look at the events in the situation. What are those precipitating factors that makes us angry, that pisses us off? So George, can you go through your cycle of anger?
Yeah, I know my mental health is really messed up, because something that really angers me is when I see other people better off than I am. That just like pisses me off, and the feelings I feel is anger, resentment, sadness, bitterness, all mixed into one. And I know I have a mental illness because that's not normal, that's not a normal way to think. You should be happy for your next man, But with my substance abuse and my mental illness, I don't know how to deal with it, so I just resort to drinking and drugging, I think the best thing for me would be to be in the community, getting help. That would change my whole future.
Thank you, George. Jose, can you walk us through your cycle of anger?
My cycle of anger is when people tell me things good or bad, I get confused. What are they telling me? I easily get real mad right away. I snap out. And that's what got me starting abuse. Alcohol, cocaine, and worse lately, heroin. It's just I was a walking suicidal man, confused man, and and the destructive man, you know. So that's, you know, that's what I'm thinking.
Jose, I can understand because we feel comfortable being uncomfortable. That's how I was for a long time. In some form, I used to think I was trying to commit suicide in some way, or just on a small scale of just buying some narcotics. It's a form of suicidal because I'm not knowing what I'm about to put in my body. It doesn't matter to me sometimes.
You guys mentioned key things: resentment, abandonment, trust issues. How do we let that go? How do we deal with that finally and move forward? Who do we say it to? And what I wanted you guys to do with it, come up and do an exercise where you come to this board here and pretend it's a mirror. And whomever hurt you in the past, regardless of whether it's parents, you've been bullied throughout school, let go of that anger, let go through that resentment, and tell that person what it is
Sean
that
John,
you feel.
thank you.
So who would like to be the brave one or come up and try this exercise? So come up here and you can stand in front of this. So guys, this is our mirror. And what I have for you is different feelings and emotions. So talk to that person.
Oh, my father. Dear Dad, I'm very angry at you because I feel like you abandoned me. You wasn't there for me. When I tried to see you, you wouldn't try to see me. You know, and I was your only kid. I didn't see you for 7 years. When I finally saw you at 13, it was like, man, I had so much resentment. And as I got older, I became just like you. I abandoned everything I did. Everything that I love, I abandoned it. You know, so I felt so much resentment. And for the next 25, 30 years, I just refused to even see you. So when you finally passed away, you know, just seeing you in the hospital, it's like you were trying to make amends to not being there with me. And you tried to actually get out the bed. You tried to embrace me, but I'm just so cold. I couldn't even embrace you, man, because I had so much going on in me. And at that time, man, I couldn't even express it. 2 months later, you passed. You know, now I can't even explain these things to you, man, because you're gone. You know, and all the hurt that I did to other people, man, I believe it was a direct result, man, from all the stuff, man, that I didn't get out of you. And then to top all that off, when they called me and they said that you had passed, they told me, man, I had all the rights to pull the plug on you. You had gave that right to me. How can you get that right to me? And I ain't been no son. You know, these are things I wanted to tell you, man. I'm just, you know, I forgive you. You know, I know you probably wasn't the best dad, man, but I forgive you, man. So today, man, I'm a better man, I'm getting better. Realize, man, I don't have no resentment. I love you. I'm not disappointed in you, man, because, you know, you did what you could. I love you, Dad. Starting right here, right now, we choose to make the necessary changes in our lives to be successful, productive members of our community. We will no longer be what others think of us, but what we think of ourselves. We are a community.
You know what this does? This is humanizing these men. It's the same thing like with the film Sing Sing. Why it was such a beautiful film is because it was a film that humanized. Yes, you know, Coleman Domingo is obviously an actor, but most of the other cast members were previously incarcerated and who had been a part of the rehabilitation through the arts program. But even if they had all been actors, still the message was to humanize these people, because what happens is that if you are, you know, if you are homeless, if you are incarcerated, we have stripped away these people's humanity. And that is then what justifies treating them this way, you know, locking them up so that they're never seen again, you know, kicking them around on the streets, ripping up their encampments. It's all dehumanization. And so then politicians come in and fearmonger and, you know, stir up the general public to provide more money for incarceration, for police, for criminalizing methods. And that is because that dehumanization is so strong. And a lot of people believe it, without any other context, if you have committed a crime, like stealing a pair of jeans or whatever it is, that you are no longer a human being. And so therefore you don't deserve to be treated as such. And a lot of people too, it's like they just, I don't know. I mean, you listen to this guy, and how many people who maybe did not go down this path, maybe because your circumstances were different enough. You had support, you had community, you had resources, but you can relate to something in what he's saying.
Men strive for a new way of life. Change is our only option, and this change must be forever.
Why were you seeing so many mentally ill?
Can we count the many people who are incarcerated who are there because they weren't humanized to begin with? Yeah, absolutely.
Inmates coming in here.
Unfortunately, there is a paucity of mental health services in the community. It's much easier for many of these individuals to see the local drug dealer on the corner waiting for them than it is to take 2 trains and a bus to the north side of Chicago to see a psychiatrist for 5 minutes.
What actually happened here in 2012 with the mental health care system, and how has that affected this jail?
In 2012, the city of Chicago, which had run 12 mental health clinics spread throughout the city, decided to cut that in half and make it 6. There was no rhyme or reason. There was no discussion. There was no plan put together. They just cut it. And as a result of it, we found countless detainees here waiting on their trial who would come to me and tell me over and over again, where am I going to go? What am I going to do? I mean, that was my clinic. I don't know what to do.
Due to budget cuts and closures of mental health clinics here in the city of Chicago, many of them don't receive psychiatric services, and just being able to navigate finding them is often too difficult.
The state of mental health care in Chicago has become a hot-button issue and was discussed during the March 26 mayoral debate.
A huge percentage, some days more than half of the people arrested by the Chicago Police Department show up at the Cook County Jail and are diagnosed. Initial diagnosis is that they have a mental illness.
When I became mayor, our mental health entities here in the city of Chicago had lost 90% of the state funding because of how badly they were managed.
Many of the clinics Mayor Emanuel closed were situated in vulnerable urban communities that have been...
Never forget Laquan McDonald. Laquan McDonald, who was 17 years old, and a report was called in that he was behaving erratically, walking down the street, and apparently had a knife in his hand. And it's so, the parallels to, say, Lil Nas X. Lil Nas X didn't have a knife in his hand, but he's also a young black man who was walking down the street, behaving erratically, lunged at the officers. And what happened with Laquan McDonald is he was shot 16 times. 16 times. And the shooting was judged as completely justifiable. And then what happened was a video of the encounter was released that showed him walking away, which is why when I hear, Lil Nas X is being charged with 4 felony counts based on the police limited details that they provided, I just think of all these other instances. Elijah McClain. I mean, even when that video was released, like, still, because of Rahm Emanuel, who under his administration, like, they also had not investigated until there was enough pressure applied from the public. And then for months, he was like, that video that was made public would jeopardize this federal investigation, even though the Justice Department never raised any issues with it being released, Rahm Emanuel didn't want that footage released, claiming that it would jeopardize the investigation, even though his Justice Department said it wouldn't. Anyway.
Generally underserved. Nadana Carter is an activist who represents these communities. She's a strong supporter of Rahm Emanuel's opponent, Jesus Chuy Garcia, and a spokesperson for the mental health movement. We met up with her on Chicago's South Side to pay a visit to some of the shutdown facilities. Can you just tell us, what are we looking at right here?
That is the old Woodlawn Clinic, where you see it says Woodlawn Adult Health Center. It was also the Woodlawn Mental Health Clinic. It was one of the oldest. It was over 20 years old. It had won national awards for excellence in helping stabilize families and communities.
So what's there right now?
Right now there is one of the private providers was given that space by the city of Chicago, and they are able to treat 50 people, but no one knows who those 50 people are that they're treating. The problem here is the clinic beforehand had treated over 300 people.
This is a Vice documentary from 2015.
Nadana took us to the site of another closed-down facility on Ashland in a nearby Hispanic community.
There you go.
Yeah, sure we.
We're talking about these.
But I wanted to watch this because it specifically is about how many people with mental health issues and substance abuse issues are institutionalized. And even though this is 10 years ago, like, things have not changed. So it is unfortunately still very relevant.
Okay.
They never came back, right?
No.
Where are people going? Do you know?
Oh, I don't know. If you got a sign on the window, I don't know if it's open. If we got this was one here.
Right now.
Okay, you see the sign on the window?
Yeah. No, they don't even have psychiatrists at Greater Lawn, though. There? Greater Lawn has no psychiatrists at all. Oh. So Greater Lawn is losing patients. Yeah. They have no psychiatrists at all.
So this was shut down April 9, 2012. It was part of the 6 clinics
absolutely
that were shut.
This place has no psychiatrists.
And the place that was here had psychiatrists.
Had psychiatrists, had therapists, and had nurse. And these are all the things that you need when you're dealing with mental health. Just as with the African American community, there's a stigma in the Latin.
Also, a lot of these clinics are still closed. So Rahm Emanuel's the things that Rahm Emanuel did when he was mayor still have had lasting effects on the city.
Community, the Hispanic community.
And also just this is something that's happened across the country.
Diagnosis. So if you have a chance to go to a place like this that is in walking distance, you go.
How far away is the new address?
We're 1600. This is 1600 West.
Donald Trump revoked like $10 billion in funding for addiction and mental health care.
Okay.
That is 4100 West.
So we're talking bus rides, we're talking...
Yes, it's about 3 bus rides.
The thing that pisses me off too with Republicans, they're always talking about mental health when it comes to school shooters, right? When it comes to mass shootings, because they don't want to address the issue of the proliferation of guns in this country. So they'll always talk about, oh no, mental health. Oh no, that was an individual who's clearly mentally ill. And then they are happy to support legislation that rolls back like the dismal mental health coverage that we have. Donald Trump, who has framed mental health as a national crisis, is also rolling back mental health availability for people. Offline Memories, thank you for the 32 months.
Behind me is the Tinley Park Mental Health Center. And at one point, these buildings housed and treated up to 2,000 mentally ill individuals. Right now, it's abandoned. It was shut down by the governor to a huge uproar. And that's sort of emblematic of the problem that we're seeing in Chicago and actually across this country in general, where these facilities are being shut down and there's no real safety net provided for the people that were housed and treated here. Psychiatric hospitals like Tinley Park made their debut in the United States in the late 18th century and were initially intended to provide therapeutic care. quite the opposite of the reputation they earned for themselves by the mid-20th century. Lack of funding, incompetent staffing, and ineffective treatment led to abusive warehouse-like environments. By the 1950s, horrific treatment of patients in these facilities became standard practice, and they began deinstitutionalizing across the country. These facilities were closed under the pretense that individuals who need care would be able to access community-based treatment and live in their homes, which remains widely accepted as the most therapeutic approach.
How come individual mentally ill school shooters almost only exist in America then? There's been one shooting ever in history in my country. Same thing that the U.S. is the country that deals the most with criminals, and that's why we have the highest incarceration rate. We have a national rate that's higher than almost every other country. It's just here in the United States.
In many cases,
that is the price
the
of
safety net
freedom.
was not adequately delivered, a trend that persists to this day. Since the 1950s, there has been a 95% decrease in psychiatric hospital bed capacity around the nation. And Chicago has one of the lowest psychiatric bed capacities per capita out of any urban area in the country.
Hi.
With mental health care infrastructure
Oh, I was talking about Lil Nas X.
in Chicago hanging on by a thread, and the county jail overloaded, Illinois Governor Bruce Rauner is proposing another $87 million in cuts to mental health spending for the 2016 budget. What comes out on the other end of these policies and budget cuts is underserved urban communities.
Yeah, I've talked about medical apartheid before. Definitely important reading.
Thousands of people with serious mental illnesses are out on the street untreated and unmedicated, and the criminal justice system ultimately ends up having to pick up the pieces. Division 8 is the last tier we visited during our time at the jail. It's a huge facility, designated for inmates with severe mental illnesses such as bipolar disorder and schizophrenia. The inmates are grouped into dorm-like settings where they play cards and board games and sleep on small cots. We spoke to two of the inmates housed here.
I'm here because I'm bipolar and antipsychotic.
I'm diagnosed with ADHD, schizoaffective, and anxiety disorder.
Were you getting help when you were outside, when you were in Chicago?
You know, the only place I know to get my meds is Aunt Martha's. And for me to get to Aunt Martha's from my town to Hazel Crest it was 5-6 bus transfers and a whole day.
So what's it like for you when you're not on your medication, when you're having an episode? What goes through your head?
I usually get real manic and real anxious. Like I get real fidgety and nervous, and I'm actually kind of violent usually. Like if I get into an altercation with somebody, it'll usually turn out to be violent. For example, my criminal damage to property, residential burglary. At the time, I was taking schizophrenia medication, bipolar, anxiety, and depression. And what happened was me and my fiance at the time had gotten into an altercation, and she was staying with a friend of hers. And due to me not having my medication and to have a sound mind, I went and I busted out all the windows on his house. And I ended up breaking into his house, and I blacked out. And I don't remember what else happened, but I remember I woke up in the Calumet City Police Station, and they're telling me I'm charged with burglary and criminal damage to property, and I'm facing 4 to 15 years.
And what's it like for you when you're off your meds?
It's horrible. But that right now ain't my main concern. My main concern is where I'm gonna live. What am I gonna eat? But, you know, meds are one thing. You know, that's not even, first I gotta put a roof over my head.
Are you worried?
A little bit, yeah. Because I know, like, I have 3 felonies already, and I've been to prison 3 times. And every time was because I was off my medication, and I ended up self-medicating. And once you get in the system, it's almost impossible to get out.
Officer working 3 Echo.
You know, you hear what these guys have to say, and it speaks for itself. You know, they need treatment, they need help, and they've sought it out. And sometimes they can get it, and sometimes they can't. And every time they come back in, it's another job lost, it's a home lost, and they're left with nothing, and there's really no system that's really looking out for them. We're just leaving them to fend for themselves.
The folks here are real people, their lives matter. They're objectively mentally ill, though, and yet you hear these stories from them, and yet we're supposed to treat them like a number, and we're supposed to wait. I often tell people, I go, we have about 200 and some people leave this jail every day, and what am I supposed to do as they're leaving? Say, hey, you know what? you wait, we're gonna get around to a study and we're gonna get this thing taken care of in the next 20 or 30 years. So you just hang in there, okay?
In the United States, there are 10 times as many people with mental illnesses locked up in prisons and jails than there are receiving treatment in state hospitals. The offices of both Mayor Emanuel and Governor Rauner failed to respond to repeated requests for comment. Fucking cowardly piece of shit. Anyway, so just Fresney, thank you for the 25 months. We started off talking about Lil Nas X because he was arrested and hospitalized over the weekend, and he is now facing 4 felony counts. And of course, this is a story that's getting attention because the person at the center of it is a celebrity. But this does not. This is not a singular instance, I guess. And I'm trying to explain how Lil Nas X may be different from most everyone else who is experiencing something similar, and that is because he is famous, but also it is not it's not entirely a protection, and it's a reminder that we do not have a system that does not rely on the prison complex to deal with people who are experiencing a crisis. What is with the weird chatters tonight? There are some issues that will bring out the weirdness in people who may otherwise be cool. And the issue of crime, like you look at Cenk and Anna and how fucking right wing they are. They're so, like, Anna is so good on talking about Israel and Palestine, and they are good about other progressive issues. But when it comes to crime, when it comes to trans rights, like, you have progressives just acting incredibly reactionary. I don't know. As I said, it's like it's very easy to succumb to reactionary rhetoric because of how both parties, both the Democratic and Republican parties, sound the same when it comes to crime, when it comes to policing. And also because a lot of people just cannot visualize anything other than what we have now. And there will be it's not perfect, but what else can we do? People will acknowledge the shortcomings, they will acknowledge the issues, but go, this is the best that we can do because this is just what they're used to. So some issues just activate people's Hitler particles. People don't know how to act normal with these types of topics. Yeah, I mean, it's people who are this whole story that we've been, what we've been covering here, starting off with this being Lil Nas X, has people already losing their ability to be empathetic because he is a celebrity, and therefore, doesn't matter. I mean, this is something I unfortunately have to deal with often as a leftist who examines what is happening within pop culture, who covers stories like this, and so many leftists dismiss the seriousness. They dismiss the lessons to impart here, the issues that are separate from this being a story about a celebrity. It happens all the fucking time. Whether I'm covering like an abuse case that involves rich and famous people, or this arrest and subsequent felony charges against a celebrity. There is just this like inability to operate in any frame of mind other than, oh, celebrity, I don't give a shit. But as I said, and you can see it in the conversation, if you cannot extend any humanity to Lil Nas X because he is a celebrity, I don't feel confident that you extend humanity, that you have actual compassion and care for the majority of people who are not famous. I'm sorry. I just don't think you are a compassionate human being if you have this like weird ass line of, oh, well, that person has more money than me, that person's more famous than me, so therefore they're not a human being, and therefore it doesn't matter, like none of this stuff matters. I believe in a trickle-down effect, not the one that Ronald Reagan bullshitted about. No trickle-down effect as far as like when rich people get more money, it trickles down to the rest of us. I believe in a trickle-down effect that people who have a lot of visibility because they are, say, famous, if you don't treat them as human beings, and if you do not see things that happen to them as worthy of any discussion, I believe that trickles down then to everyone else, to the rest of us. If you don't care that a woman was abused on the set of her job because she is a rich, beautiful woman, I don't think you actually care about workplace abuses that are happening every single day to women that are not rich and famous. And you have to understand it as being a microcosm of a bigger problem. Yes, there are going to be differences when you have more resources, namely that you can actually take, you have a legal recourse versus most people who don't have the ability to protect themselves, to get the help or support that they need. People also get weird when drugs are involved because their relationship to drugs is purely hedonistic, and that's just not how it is for people experiencing mental health crisis. Yes. Bing. Bing, bang, boom. People get weird about cheating, where they're all for doxing people because they consider cheating to be this great crime rather than an ethical thing. They get weird about drug use because they look, especially with celebrities, as drug use, as Sky said, hedonistic, as this fun thing that they're doing. And this is coming from people who call themselves progressives. So it's oof. What are we doing here is what I will say. Someone said, I think it's a false equivalency they got timed out. To compare Lil Nas X to someone with an actual mental illness, you are simply proving my point. I think one frustrating thing about being a streamer is that people will be in here and not listening. Why are you here? Why are you here? I'm not saying you have to agree 100% of the times with every single thing I say on stream. And yet when we're having these discussions, and I do believe when I am covering stories like this, that I'm doing so to the best of my ability, you're here not listening to anything I'm saying. I am trying to offer a different perspective than the one that you have, and you're refusing to listen. So I don't know why you're here then. You are just continuing to do the thing that I keep pointing out. And I am a very patient person, but that patience runs thin when I am trying to make the same point over and over again. I am addressing chatters, and then I have chatters continue to make the same, say the same fucking things that other chatters are saying that I have already addressed. And I think what is required of you, if you are a chatter who keeps pushing back in a really bizarre way, I think you have to be honest with yourself. I think you have to be honest and say that you don't care about Lil Nas X because you are jealous of this person's wealth, because this is someone who has materially more than you have, and therefore you do not believe that you have to extend any empathy to them. And I think once you're honest with that, then we can have a fucking conversation. But until then, you are just continuing to kind of dance around it. And there might be a little racism in there too. I'm sure there's other things. But I think just by and large, look, if you don't know by now, I am a streamer who is usually covering stories in pop culture. And a lot of times that involves celebrities. It involves people who are hyper visible, who have more wealth and privileges than the average person has because of their fame, because of their celebrity status. So if this is not something that you care to openly to be a part of these conversations and to learn from what I'm saying, I don't know why you're here, because I'm not somebody who's going to look at every single story involving a celebrity and be like, fuck them, I don't give a shit. Oh, this person was abused. This person's been arrested and charged with felonies. Like, I don't care, because they're famous. And also because my education and my discussing this kind of stuff does not begin and end with specifically these celebrities. When I talk about Amber Heard, when I covered the Blake, what happened with Blake Lively, I'm extending that beyond this individual case with these celebrities and examining how the way that we respond to things that involve celebrities is going to be also indicative of what your general politics are. Because I really don't believe that you actually care about victims of abuse if you cannot bring yourself to care when that victim is wealthy, is a beautiful white woman who you look at and you're like, nope, it's misogyny time, because I'm allowed to, considering that this woman is rich and white. And you're not understanding how it is only worse for us normal people, us people who don't have the resources that celebrities have. It's only worse for us when, say, abusers who abuse beautiful, wealthy white women in Hollywood get away with it. So you need to understand that what happens to a celebrity like Lil Nas X is not existing in a vacuum. It's just that these stories get reported on more because of the person being famous. Of course, there's going to be a lot of media around something that's involving a celebrity. And it's like there's this refusal to hear any nuance. How many fucking times have I said Lil Nas X is in a better position than most other people who would be in a situation like his, because he can pay $75,000 to be let out on bail. But still, he is a man, a young black queer man who seems to have been experiencing a crisis, something that had him out on the streets at 4 a.m. And he was arrested and is facing felony charges. So know how it's even worse. Look at all those guys in the video that we just watched. Those are people who, that guy, the one guy who was had $150,000 bond. for petty theft. He doesn't have the money to pay that, so of course he's staying behind bars. Or like, look at, I talk about Britney Spears all the time. I talk about the just cruel way that she was treated in the 2000s. And how when we give permission for someone like Britney Spears to be treated that way, what we're actually doing is giving permission for all women, for all people suffering from a mental health crisis to be treated that way. That is what we are doing. We are tacitly giving permission to treat everyone else that way because it's okay. We're treating Britney that way. Yes, we're creating permission structures. Part of the reason your coverage is important for these pop culture issues is because they're real issues that people deal with every day. Sexual assault at the workplace and no one believes the victim. Somebody goes through a mental crisis. And do you know how many non-celebrity women have had to feel the effects in their own lives because of the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard case? That men, abusive men who seek to discredit their victims by calling them Amber Heards, that has become shorthand term for this woman is a lying bitch, and how that creates a chilling effect. So many victims who were standing on the sidelines waiting to see what happened with this case, and when it turned out that way, and seeing how the fucking world so cruelly treated this woman, how they go, well, if I was going to come forward, now I'm not going to say anything. That absolutely happens all the fucking time. Okay. It is really, really damaging. Somebody goes through mental crisis, relies on substances to try to self-medicate. Now, did I describe something only a celebrity has gone through? Is it something that people experience every day and we need to address? Yeah, man. Oh, man. Man, oh, man. Taylor, describe why celebrities may have mental health drug issues unintentionally in a recent interview. It's already linked to the time code.
There's really broad powers for landlords to install this technology when they want. And some of the facial recognition vendors advertise this as a way to monitor how people are using their own apartments, to see how many guests they have coming over, how often guests are there, to figure out if they're large parties. My landlord shouldn't get a say in like how many friends I get to invite over for my birthday. Like, that is not the power they're supposed to have. Like, you're supposed to have that protection in the privacy of your own home, but facial recognition allows landlords to really get this new level of data collection on their tenants. We have legislation we're pushing both in the New York State Council and up in Albany that would outlaw these practices. 3 bills, one that would ban government use of facial recognition, one that would ban public accommodations like stores and stadiums and places like that, and one that would ban landlords from using facial recognition. And I really think that a lot of people hear this and just have this instant revulsion at the idea that they're just going to have that perpetual log of their activities in their own home handed over to their landlord.
Well, yeah. I mean, I had a landlord years ago where we had a friend crashing on our couch, and he was trying to charge us extra rent for that, like as if our friend couldn't stay for a few weeks. But I feel like these landlords will try to weaponize any data that they can have against tenants. We know that, especially if they're low-income tenants, or if you have someone on rent stabilization, you're trying to get them off. And it also just strikes me as, like you said, a huge privacy thing where it could be used against you. What if somebody's having an affair and that data is weaponized or leaked for blackmail? I don't know. You just don't want everybody knowing who's coming and going from your house.
Anyone who says it doesn't matter if someone else knows every other person who comes to my front door, that is a failure of imagination, because it's not just trying to think about, is there something I want to hide? It's how do you live your life when you second guess the impression you're making on an outside observer with every decision you make? There's a psychological tax to that type of lifestyle where you're walking down the street and you're wondering, oh, does the algorithm think I have a good micro expression or a problematic one? Going into my front door, oh, does the facial recognition?
I just saw a video. Some kids had posted of their schoolmate. They were on a bus, and the schoolmate that they posted the video of to obviously mock them is autistic, and it was just awful. It was so fucking awful seeing how this child who has autism that is obviously affecting their social interactions was like they were triggered by something, and then someone took a video of them, and then it made its way around the internet. And it's like, look, it's not cool when kids do this. We should teach kids not to do this shit, but it's especially gross when it's adults who engage, who are, you know, sharing the video, who are commenting on it, where it's like, man, you stupid motherfuckers, how can we expect our kids to be better when we are doing this stuff?
And have a log of me going out for groceries too often. Like, you shouldn't have to have that constant catalog of like ideas running through the back of your head that this is how everything could be misunderstood. Not to mention, on top of that, all the potential for exploitation. Yes, we see this coming up in criminal investigations, but also in divorce cases, also in any number of civil cases. And, you know, the more of this tech you allow into your home, the more of your life you're opening up to the highest bidder. This is why when a friend gave me a very kind, you know, Hanukkah present of a Alexa, I you know, one of the Amazon Echoes, I took it out to the woodpile and, you know, used an axe on it. I mean, it's just, friends do not give friends the gift of surveillance.
How do you get people to care about this issue? Because, I mean, obviously there's the idea that we have nothing to hide, but it also seems complicated and overwhelming. And I think when people hear about this stuff, sometimes, like, there was some report recently that was like, every time you step out of your house, you're being surveilled by 5 cameras or whatever. It can feel so kind of like futile. So how do you make people feel like a sense of agency? Do they have any sort of sense of agency?
We have so much agency. There are a few things. So I'm a big believer in contextual storytelling, really having the narrative that speaks to the needs of the audience that you're addressing. And so if I'm lobbying for a bill in, you know, Jefferson City, Missouri, I'm going to use very different narratives than if I'm fighting for legislation in New York City. I'm going to use very different approaches than if I'm helping advocates overseas. Almost every person I've spoken
Westman, I like this video. I actually have it in my logs. What is the part that you were talking about? Only because I have a couple other things. I still have to have Taylor on to talk about like all the tech legislation and surveillance stuff. But just as an ending to the conversation we were having previously, is this the right part? There's only a couple places where just because this is a different story, this is a different thing that I have been wanting to talk about, but not what I had. Because the description was exact. I see. Okay. I didn't know if there was something else that she got into. I mean, this is well, I have another video on this as well about, which kind of goes back to talking about cheating and how we've gotten so weird. We've gotten so weird, and it's like, okay, somebody like the CEO, the astronomer CEO cheating, and how a lot of people then justify like surveillance and the social media panopticon and surveillance, or I already said surveillance and doxing, because it's someone that they're like, it's fine. It's totally fine. Okay. Anyway, I am going to switch over, and I wanted to look at Marc Maron.
Of anti-woke.
Okay. Marc Maron is still going. Marc Maron is still on his righteous crusade, calling out comedians, calling out platforms like Netflix, and even though his own podcast is coming to an end, he's still popping off. Butterstains, thank you for the 4 months. Please tell me you're going to China with the Furian crew. I am going to China with the Furian crew. I have to get my visa.
/crooked, see site for details.
I do think we can that the collapse of society can be tied back to crowd work. I think we can get it back to crowd comedians that are just doing crowd work. In the same way, we can talk about how what goes viral, what spreads, what gets people's attention is conflict. It's anger.
Satisfying things.
Satisfying things.
Because cats do too, you know.
Right, sure. Yeah, the things that scratch some sort of a primitive itch in there.
Yeah, whether...
I know. I'm listening to Pod Save America. It is 2017. I'm libbed up. No, it's because I wanted to listen to this part on Marc Maron.
It's like sweet or sad.
Yeah, cats too. Yeah, a rescued puppy.
Do you know what's so... I saw some fucking MSNBC headline that was like, the Pod Save America bros have been right all along.
Hi, Caroline. Hope
Democrats,
you're having a nice evening.
It was
Good
like
Farkley,
Democrats have
Quad
turned
Heart,
their
please tell me
backs.
you're going to China with the Fear and crew.
Democrats have turned their backs on actual progressive candidates. I'm like, oh, the Pod Save bros have been right all along? Because I remember them backing Biden until it was the 11th fucking hour, and then fully backing Kamala Harris. I don't remember the Pod Save bros being right all along when it came to the Democratic Party's failures. But anyway.
A growth removed. We'll also get millions of...
I can watch a pipe evacuate itself for a minute.
You ever see a video of someone pulling a tire through a pipe?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
great. It's the best.
Oh,
So
I'll watch that all day.
I guess that's
I'll watch that all day.
A kind of primal fecal thing.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's...
Did he just pop it? Does Marc Maron do zins?
Like that's deep in us.
What is? Oh yeah,
like the pneumatic tube. Yeah, that's good stuff.
One of the most primitively satisfying things.
You know, which is also the sound of person that they get sucked out of a plane.
Is he a zinfidel?
Well, not something I want to watch.
Is he the OG
No,
zinner?
but I'm just saying it's sort of a noise.
Sure, yeah. Boom. It'd be a little more aggressive, like pop. It'd be like
right.
Pop. Yeah, and it'd be messy
and windy.
So
trans people. No,
but bring it back to crowd work. Is that they're with all this othering and with all this sort of idea, this is one of their big debate points when you come at them. They accuse liberals of being closed-minded in terms of really embracing other people's point of view. And for me, if that other point of view is shut the fuck up,
I don't want to hear it. Yeah, right. Well, look, I mean, so go on about the crowd work. Sorry.
I just think what happens is once the othering is successful, and I covered in the special that, real rights are denied and real lives are at stake because of, what comics thought was an anti-woke was just about their language issue. And now they were used under the sort of auspices of anti-woke. You destroy all the policy that helps people who are vulnerable or marginalized or in trouble. And I can't separate them. I will remain committed to the fact that they did that comics helped that. But I think in the bigger picture with, say, crowd work or the kind of, hackneyed tropes of tribalized comedy is what ultimately happens. And I said this to Howie and with all the proliferations of podcasts is that because the production values are shitty and everybody knows them now, and because crowd work is kind of established as this way of lighting,
Mark is
kind of
OG.
having an improvisational moment. What happens to all the stuff that is really good and truly creative and interesting is that the bar gets lowered to the point where regular people just adapt to the garbage.
Also, I'm sorry, rings on his fingers, zinning. I know where Hassan Piker stole this man's whole outfit. Oh, would you look at that?
And they don't seek out the other stuff, and the sort of outlets that make the other stuff are kind of marginalized.
Stole his
Mainstream
whole
show
flow.
business is
Cultural
kind of marginalized.
appropriation.
So all this stuff fits into that anti-elitism kind of frame of right-wing thinking.
Yeah, and it does. It's about taste too, which is that this stuff performs well. It does well in the world, for good and for ill. all the gatekeepers are gone, right? Like that you can kind of build an audience online. That's good. A lot of amazing people have started online. Human connection was a limited resource, whether it was through art or through having to go somewhere to meet a friend. Like you didn't know who was fat until you went to the high school reunion, right? You didn't know what happened to people in your life, so you saw them at a party. The party had
I was like, where is that going?
real meaning,
right?
Because you connected there.
That's it.
And all of this took out the availability of all this, removed the meaning of liking a comic, discovering someone, going to a club and seeing someone's hilarious, telling your friends about
people with researched and respected opinions.
Right.
So yeah, I look, and I did a joke that was, turned inside out by one particular kind of libertarian, thinker. I don't even want to give him that. He's a comic. But I said it was better when everybody didn't have a voice. It's a joke.
Yeah, it's a joke.
But it's the same thing as saying like everyone's got a podcast now. But I just said it like that. So I left myself open to like, that guy, see, the liberals are, they're
silencing
totalitarian.
free speech.
Well, it's everybody, they cancel culture, anti-woke comedy. It was about
also John, the boycott girl, the boycott. I see that Diet Coke in the friend of the pod sleeve. The boycott
there's feedback
girl.
that they didn't want to hear
the
anymore.
Boycott.
But I also like being a celebrity got worse too, which is why I think it was able to spread so far, right? Like because if you were famous in the 1950s, you could do coke, get drunk, drive your car through a plate glass window, give $200 to the maitre d' at the hotel, and it was gone. Now, like James Corden gets into a fight pulling a suitcase down from the overhead, and it's news and it follows him forever. There's a way in which attention, celebrity, and feedback.
Okay, but I would also like to posit that James Corden is one of the most annoying fucking celebrities that we have.
Made having the power of a platform less fun.
I am all for James Corden hate.
Fun. And I think that annoys very powerful people.
It's predatory.
Yeah.
He's
they have to insulate themselves. But I do still think that outside of just the kind of emaciated world of press and this chasing of clickbait,
the celebrity no one asked for.
The ideological bend on it is that it's anti-elitism, it's anti-intellectualism, it's anti-expert. I think it's all part of that.
Yeah.
I think that Hollywood has been framed as elitists. I think that not unlike with the universities, and the intellectual thing was always part of fascism. But I think that Hollywood represents elitism to the right. And I don't believe that's true. I mean, movie stars are movie stars, but I really think that's where a lot of that comes from outside of just clickbaity stuff.
Yeah, and then there's also just a big audience for it, right? Like there is, it turns out, an audience for.
Yeah, but that doesn't make it right. Like,
no, of course not.
I think that.
What does that tell us about the people listening? That they wanted this.
Well, but most people, like, so what do you got? 75 million vote for Kamala, 77.5, vote for Trump, and there's 150 people who did what? What are they doing? Who are those people? Are they just floating? Are they the ones that's watching? It's a lot of people.
Yeah.
What are they doing? So I think that in terms of how fascism or authoritarianism, like, we've got a president who is a thug. So, his way of doing business is like, oh, you got a pretty nice university here. Hate for anything bad to happen to it. Like, hey, it's a nice state. No, hate for anything bad to happen to it. Maybe you kick into the charity. Yeah, it's straight up mob shit. But but like, people like Let's Vote. I mean, that's the guy that's doing it.
Yeah.
So like, however you see Trump, he's still a puppet to something that is bigger, that he doesn't give a shit about, as long as he can be the guy out front. But those guys are the guys that are dismantling the federal government in the name of Christian nationalism. But I think that the way that business, see what you're saying to me,
no puppet,
feels like that, fascism is good for business.
Yeah.
Because if you...
Marc Maron's the cool liberal we let hang around after the revolution.
Like Netflix will just...
You guys, can I make a prediction? I think Donald Trump might die soon. I think, all the pictures of the concealer that is so badly color matched on his hand, And a lot of people are like, okay, clearly he's getting some type of IV, something's going on. You think I'm jinxing it? You don't think I'm like adding to the cursing him? Inshallah, I will not get my hopes up. I don't know. I think I'd like to put it out there in the universe, though. I think I'd like to put it out in the universe that he may be dead in under a year. It would be pretty fucking funny if he died before Biden. I was in Casey Tron's chat earlier. Someone said in all caps, check news, Trump just died. And for about a minute, I was like, oh, hell yes, till I looked it up. If it happens in 6 months, I will gift 100 subs. Okay, I'll hold you to that. Or Trump dies and then Biden dies within 24 hours. He dies of a broken heart.
Co-opt anybody that can take that algorithm. And I think I used to do a joke about it. That Netflix can become Reichflix, very quickly. And I think the pivotal moment was when they had pushback from the trans community about Chappelle. They realized after several days that community was not going to affect their bottom line at all.
Yeah.
And they cut them loose. And that is how fascism works in business.
Right. Well, right. When their argument and response would be, well, we believe in being a home for everybody. So there's Chappelle, there's Ricky Gervais, there's all these kinds of comics that do the same fucking joke, and we have a bunch of gay movies and films and queer
Did
stuff.
Did you just almost say gay shit? And we have a bunch of other gay shit.
Sure. And we're a home for everybody, and that's our answer.
Sure. But ultimately...
Hey, it's okay. Yeah, we got Dave Chappelle. Yeah, he's saying a bunch of crazy stuff about the trans people. But we got a lot of gay shit. Okay, so just remember that. Remember that we got a lot of gay shit. So don't cancel your subscription, because we love gay shit.
Who's getting the big deals? Which shows stay on the air?
Yeah.
What do they keep repeating? It's like the bigger audience. That's them saying, we got this other stuff, and we know there's a few of you, but we're throwing you a bone, so shut up. Yeah. But the big money's on the ones that you're talking about that titillate in a certain way that is not always right-minded.
Also, I think largely what it is that these are corporations. They don't care about anything but the bottom line. So whenever they do their little aesthetics, their progressive aesthetics, that's all it is. It's aesthetics. And then as soon as they make the calculation and decide, oh, actually, we're going to go this way, it's just what they think is what they think is going to be best for business. So just always remember that. Always remember that. It's one of those things too where I fall into this trap as well. I know, but we'll see a brand, we'll see a giant corporation, and say they take a stance on an issue or seem to be, and it's like, yay, I'm going to buy from them now instead of this other one. And that is us still doing consumerism, but we are kind of wrapping it up in praxis of, oh, I'm going to support this $1 billion corporation over this $1 billion corporation. And I get it. I buy my things. I like to try and buy as best as I can from as the more ethical companies, but it's just, I don't know. I guess what I'm trying to say is understand that these massive companies, their politics are that they're espousing, the stances that they're taking, on issues. It's not actually rooted in any progressive interests, in any desires. On Palestine, I think it's noteworthy that it's not just the morally correct position to have to be for a free Palestine. It's now becoming politically expedient. That is something we didn't think we would see, but case in point, looking at candidates who are resolute in their support for Palestine and how that is what voters want to see. They don't want politicians who clearly are being bought out by foreign lobbies. So as we continue on, I do believe we will see Palestine kind of enter the framework of companies taking the right position, but simply because it's what's popular at the time. I think even if you're thinking of a company that's not a demon, they're still structurally incentivized towards the bottom line. It could be packed with progressives, employees who will lose their jobs if they don't follow their growth KPI metrics. Yeah. Think BLM mid 2020. Yeah, absolutely.
And look, I'm people can say whatever they want.
Yeah. Like I'm gonna subsist just off of Ben and Jerry's ice cream. My diet, the only thing that I surround myself with, all my little trinkets, everything I consume is just gonna be Ben and Jerry's ice cream.
My belief is that eventually this stuff would have found its level. That ultimately, in terms of left-leaning or specific marginalized cultures, creating grassroots action, by overwhelming Twitter and stuff, when Trump was campaigning for the second time, that was ebbing, that it would have found a level where tolerance would have maybe reigned. Because I believe that in order for democracy to work, if these guys are doubling down on intolerance and hate, that you got nothing to work with. I mean, it used to be you'd get a guy who'd be like, yeah, gay marriage, now the gays, they want to get married. It's ridiculous. Fuck the gays.
The gays want to get married.
In the state, and over time, he's like, I don't know. I work with a guy. They're nice. And then it evolves in the way that democracy is supposed to work. But I think it should always be said that what these guys are fighting for is not democracy. And they're shameless about it. They can say that, democracy enabled us to vote for that guy, but that was the fucking end of it. And that's the loophole in democracy, is that you can freely elect a fascist. And then who the hell knows what's going to happen, right? But I do feel that they are shamelessly anti-American in their political ideology. And I imagine most of them would own it. Sorry.
No,
it's good. We're going to win. We're going to win.
No, I'm glad let's talk about it.
2026, everything's going to turn around.
Democrats are at a 30-year low in popularity. He's just talking. It's going to be okay. We're going to get them. We're going to win. We got it. Ocean Water, thank you for the 3 months.
Guys, well, we can do that. Oh, we're so fucked. I will say, the hope, right, too, is this is hacky shit, right? A lot of this anti-woke comedy is hacky shit. And the way you beat that, you can scold people. I'm not saying you're doing it, but people on social media can try to scold their way to the other side of it. But the answer is to just be fucking funny. And the answer is to have a bit about Theo Von that people really like and sort of turns something on in their brain.
It's subjective.
That makes it silly to them.
Sure. Right. But it's not going to make it silly to the guys that are brain fucked in that direction. It's not going to make it silly to the believers. And the problem with comedians as news influencers is that now anything any comic says is a representation of their personal ideology. So the ability for them to be objective about humor is gone, and they are subjective.
You know what's interesting? It feels like there is now this comedians doing politics, but also people who talk about politics needing to be comedic. I don't know. I always feel pressure to be funnier on this platform when talking about anything political, and it's why also too I said that I think what is happening sometimes with leftist streamers saying things that are uncouth, that it's just we don't say that, please, is because of kind of this this desire, this emphasis being placed on being funny, on like just getting your shots in. I don't know. And look, I think we need to laugh. I think humor is so important, right? But I think it's different from, I don't know, it's like a specific type of internet insults versus just being really funny. You know, versus like being able to talk about something serious and still find some way to provide levity, because otherwise then you're just like, great, we're fucked. I feel like it's because we use politics for entertainment instead of just like serving people behind the scenes. Yeah, that's I think my concern is everything being entertainment. So whether you're a comedian who's now doing politics, or you do politics but you're trying to emphasize being like a comedian, it all feels like it's in the service of just entertainment and keeping people hooked, getting viral clips, you know. And comedy is really important, and comedy when talking about serious issues is important, but I just think there's not a lot of people who can do it well.
Objective, which most humor is, to a specific ideal.
I think John Oliver putting a long-winded joke into a 20-minute deep dive into the most horrifying corner of society causes seismic shift in political commentary. I mean, I think John is great, though. I think he's someone who knows when to be... I mean, first of all, I just think he's better on the issues than a lot of others. But I also look at him first and foremost as like a political commentator versus comedians who then do politics, where so often it's just like, oh, you're just being right wing. Best comedy was political, but now it's all butthurt. George Carlin, Robin Williams, so many more. They made amazing sets. Now it's just, will I get canceled by a group if I go all out?
Logical bent. And sure, you can make it as funny as you want. There's plenty of beautifully funny people doing amazing comedy all the time, but they're in the shadow of this momentum of the tribalized comedy of you know, Rogan. And again, those documentaries, which I highly recommend, from Elephant Graveyard, you know, Rogan has positioned himself as the arbiter of what comedy is. And the way I framed it in my conversation with Howie was like, yeah,
I don't think Rogan is good at comedy or politics. I don't think he's good at either of those.
How long can you kind of claim the victim mantle?
I've listened to a lot of his stand-up from back when he was a stand-up comedian. He was never good. Like, I've never thought that he was, even if he stopped doing political shit, I don't think he's good as a comedian. Honestly, I've only liked Rogan as the host of Fear Factor. He was a stool fucker comedian, absolute bottom of the barrel shit. Yeah, it was just never good. Even before he became, you know, the #1 podcast guy.
Right. It's like, my question is, it's like, you guys won. Woke is dead. What do you got to keep beating these people up for? Some of them are losing their rights. Some of them are being, you know, literally killed. Some of them are being deported. And these were all the big funnies for you guys who claim to be victims of this horrible policy. So then why not stop now?
Well, but also part of it is, yeah, but then also there's this sort of, well, we're just comedians, we're just telling jokes here. And then it's like, well, hold on a second. You can't.
They're not.
You can't have the president on in the run up to an election and give that person a forum, Trump, and not push back, you can't get behind him. And then when you don't like the consequences, say like, well, I don't like any of this immigration stuff, but I'm just a comedian. I just had him on. He was a guest.
Yeah, but
I
still,
heard what he
like,
had to say.
I can't forgive it.
Don't think you should.
And it's like, in the sense that like, well, you should have done your fucking homework, you know, before you come out and say, this is the guy to your army of kind of minions who look to you for intellectual fortitude and the proper diet and, you know, what is real and what isn't real. So in a sense, it's like they're going to backpedal, and they're going to backpedal in relation to what's kind of like moving through MAGA in general. Yeah.
Speaking of Fear Factor, did you hear about that show that was like Fear Factor, but the prize at the end was a green card? Do you mean what Kristi Noem was talking about with this stupid ass insane immigration game show? Or is it something that actually exists? I'm like, is there another show where the prize is a green card? No, it was real. It happened. Wait, what is it called? Because there was the report of Kristi Noem wanting to do this show called The American from the Duck Dynasty producer. And the winner, it's immigrants facing off against each other. And the winner gets expedited U.S. citizenship. Wait, what Ranch Cornuts? What is this show? It was in Spanish? Stop. You're telling me that Kristi Noem has ripped an idea for a reality show that is taken from a Spanish show? Okay, Gana La Verde, a controversial game show which first aired in 2004 that promised the contestants would-be immigrants to the United States legal help with getting a green card. There was a mild controversy when the advertising suggested that a green card would be the automatic prize for the victor. The events on the show, often testing a character's stomach or willpower, were similar to Fear Factor, another controversial game show that aired at the same time. Wait, was Fear Factor controversial because of like the bugs and stuff, or was it controversial for a different reason? I honestly don't remember. The program played on third-party Spanish language channels in Los Angeles, San Diego, Houston, and Dallas. The program was created by Leonard Lieberman, Executive Vice President of Lieberman Broadcasting. The show was produced and directed by Spanish language producer Adrian Valerino and hosted by Mexican action sports personality George X. Wrapped production after its third season at the beginning of 2005, but reruns were still being aired once a week. So Kristi Noem's immigrant game show idea isn't even unique. There was already a fucking show about immigrants competing to get a green card. Here is a trailer.
A las 7 de la noche en Gana la Verde.
Gana la Verde.
Sobre una estructura metálica que gira a gran velocidad. Ten cuidado porque poco
Man,
a poco va a empezar a girar con más velocidad.
what the fuck is wrong with us?
El cronómetro no se ha parado, Ana. Y pasar el primer bocado de comida. Ese sí que es un reto. Cada mordida le quitas peso. Hoy, a las 7 de la noche, Gana la Verde.
Great. Okay. Seriously, I'm telling you, if gladiator games were made legal again, people would fucking do it. They would do it. Have Rogan host it. Will officially be in the 9th circle of hell. Okay, wait. So why was Fear Factor controversial? Because people almost died and it bordered on torture. Wait, people almost died? I don't remember that. I just remember people having like worms and shit put on their faces. Yeah, I mean, I guess I should just assume with a lot of reality shows that people have almost always died. Like those types of competitive reality shows, I don't know why I would act surprised at all that people almost died. Oh my God, the donkey semen challenge. Oh, that's right. All the different animals Oh, they drank a full cup of horse semen. Oh my God, I forgot about that shit. God. Tacoma wept. Tacoma absolutely wept. They drank a full cup of horse semen on Fear Factor. Oh, wait, I actually do remember the bull testicles now. The girls that did it immediately still lost. Can you imagine chugging a cup of horse semen and then losing? Yeah, that was kind of cray. I guess that show was kind of cray. Joe would yell at people if they didn't eat the hissing cockroaches and horse cum and juicy grubs. You know that Joe Rogan probably drinks horse semen for quote unquote health purposes. That seems like the kind of thing he would do in his alternative health routine. Or like RFK Jr. Yeah, they mix it in with their unpasteurized milk. Or no, that is his raw milk. Some ivermectin and horse semen. Ivermectin and horse semen keeps the doctor away. Yum. Imagine being their sibling. You can never win an argument. Whatever, dude. You drank horse cum. Dude, I don't even want to hear it. You drank fucking semen from a horse. What else are they doing? What else are they doing with horses? I don't want to know. I don't know how you can believe that God put us here and we wind up eating roaches and drinking horse cum. Do you think the ancestors, if they saw a show like Fear Factor, where people are drinking horse semen for fun, not for fun, but like to compete, and they'd be like, yeah, we had to drink that because we didn't have any other food. We didn't have any other sustenance. That was a little Billy's about to die. The only thing that we have available is horse semen. Like the Neo. Okay. Or they might be like, we had that game in my village too. We used to little Billy. He still died. Yeah. The ancestors are like, they're still drinking the horse semen? Oh, man. Okay, anyway, that is more times saying horse semen in a span of 5 minutes than I ever thought that I would do. I think I probably maxed out. I think I probably maxed out saying horse semen. All right,
and I don't know that
let's
it matters.
Finish listening to Mark.
I mean,
I think it does matter. Oh, I think it does matter.
No, I mean, I don't know that it matters. Oh, if MAGA buckles, they have to accommodate them.
I think we have to be practical, and I can't go back in time and make people not endorse Trump, but people with big platforms realizing that they were look. Is a decadent and depraved era in American politics and American society, and part of that is a glibness with very serious things. You have Zelensky in the Oval.
We watched a guy eat dick and balls. What? What do you mean you watched a guy eat dick and balls? Like eat? Like cannibalism? Like we're giving head to a whole new level? Oh, it was part of a bull dick? Why the dick and the balls? Why? Was there no other part of the bull? Also, why was my first thought a human dick and balls? I was like, what's happening on that show? I've never watched it, but is that what's going on? They're cannibalizing each other and eating dick and balls? My God. Taking head. Yeah. Taking head. Redundant Trotty, thank you for the Prime. Don't forget, if you have Amazon Prime, to give me your Prime sub so that you don't have to miss out on a minute of this conversation of horse semen and eating dick and balls. They're eating the balls. They're eating the dicks. They're eating the dicks and the balls. They're eating them all. You don't want to miss a second of this. Oh my God. Okay. All right.
Well, he's
All
getting
right,
questions
they're
about
doing
putting
that.
on a suit. His country is being murdered by Vladimir Putin. He's getting jokey questions. Donald Trump is showing him his fucking hat collection. This
Was
is a
it both balls? Okay, never mind.
depraved
I'm
and
done.
decadent era. And as part of that decadence, there are people being glib
Did
about
they wash it down with a cup of semen?
life and death decisions, including endorsing a monster because it's good for the gram. And that happened. How do we
And
help?
now a
that,
word
there's a
from
good
our
side to that, which
sponsors.
is there's a shallowness to that support and that embrace, which means, yes, we can say that was stupid, I don't forgive you, fine. But we got to get those people to realize, we got to make ourselves feel open to them, because those people with those platforms are maybe gettable, as are the kind of soft Trump voters that maybe got on board because all their favorite hosts liked him.
I'll agree with you with that.
Okay.
But I think you're taking out of the picture, they're afraid. They're in, man.
Yeah.
And they're in over their head. And, you know, there's real consequences when you push back against your
I should have cut from that to the ad break.
authoritarian overlords. And who the hell knows what they are? Because once you get above Russ Vought, I mean, you've got the tech oligarchs, all right? So they're the real ones, you know, whoever's, you know, pawned out, you know, Vance is a stooge.
Where do people just get random horse dicks or horse cum from? I don't know. Probably the internet. Yes, you can order horse semen. I just confirmed. It's equine semen for sale. How much is it? It's probably not cheap. Oh, wow. Depending on what horse it's from, you can spend thousands. I mean, I'm sure people are ordering it for like breeding purposes, but you never know. Maybe somebody has a strange appetite. Yeah, so you can, of course you can buy. Now, I don't even know why I thought you couldn't. You know why? Because I was thinking it purely from a consuming, like you consuming horse semen. I'm like, is that a thing? Do I have to go on the dark web? Like, is that, not that I'm looking for it, you know, but yeah, like are you putting it in your coffee? But now that I'm thinking about it, of course you can buy horse semen because that's what breeders do. And so that's why it can cost a lot of money. You can pay anywhere from a couple hundred to thousands of dollars. Is there a discount for bulk orders? I don't know. I'm not sure. But anyway, so that's where you can get it from. Can you order? Okay, now the other one, yes, you can order bull testicles. That one as well. Contact your local butcher shop or purchase online from specialty meat retailers and pet food supplies. In restaurants, they're commonly referred to as Rocky Mountain oysters. So if you go into a restaurant, give them a little wink wink and be like, I'd like the Rocky Mountain oysters. If that's what you're wanting. Apparently Costco sells cheap bull dicks. Like, do you get them in bulk order? You know what I mean? If it's Costco, are you getting like 20? Soul Boot, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Maybe somebody eats horse stick for breakfast with a side of bull balls and a tall glass of horse semen. Yeah. Okay. All right. Oh, this is fucked up. Calf testicle? That's fucked. That's nasty, man. A testicle from a calf? That's so wrong. It's really, really wrong. All right. Anyway. Is that Liver King's diet? Wait, now that I'm doing the gym, is that what I have to consume? Is that part of the gym bro? You know, the whole being a gym bro? Because I'm a gym bro now.
For those guys, for Elon and Theo.
I'm actually kind of hungry. I'll be right back.
So once you get above Project 2025 and you get above Trump, then you've got these guys who really seek to destroy the fabric of democratic society. Okay, so if you're on the payroll of that shit, and and you want to soften up, there's a lot at stake. So it's not just sort of, well, we got to say the right thing to these people and change their minds, because you don't think Scott Rubio is shitting his pants every fucking day? I mean, you don't think like any judge that rules against him is...
Yeah, a lot of you being like, I just ate dinner, or I'm in the middle of eating dinner. You're not built like me. Now I just got hungry.
Getting like hundreds and hundreds of death threats. I mean, this is straight up, terrorizing shit. So... I know we were heading towards hope somehow, but...
And we don't need to. Let's turn around.
No, but I think that...
heading towards hope.
In terms of voters and whatnot, if they are still capable of empathy, underneath this mania of grievance validation, then in so much to say as if they're still human, that maybe something will speak to them.
Well, I think that's where there is genuine hope. Trump has many powers. Talents. One of them is he is very good at making what's the worst thing about you the truest thing about you. He's very good at that. He's very good at kind of reaching into somebody and saying, this thing, this weakness you have, I'm going to make that more true.
What the hell is that? It's onigiri. It's rice and seaweed and horse semen.
Whether it's animus towards immigrants or embracing their ambition over their politics if it's a politician. But one reason I think Trump was able to get back is because there was a big hole, and everybody listening will be annoyed at my saying it, but whatever. But the bully pulpit, Joe Biden, he left it open, and we didn't understand how big of a price we were paying for not having a vocal.
Okay, wait. I want to hear the part where he talks about Bill Maher.
I'm glad he apologized, and you feel good about that.
Also, Biden left a big hole open. I don't love that visual.
So let's do some more beefs. What do you think about Bill Maher?
I can't do it. I can't. I don't. Tone.
Okay, that is so funny. What do you think of Bill Maher? I can't do it.
I always had a problem with his tone. I think I did politically correct years ago.
Yeah, I'm sure you did.
A couple of times, maybe.
I just can't.
Yeah, I think I did real time maybe once or twice.
Mm-hmm.
But
that's when you were dating Ann Coulter at the time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was a dark time.
Mm-hmm. Oh, my God! Marc Maron dated Ann Coulter? What? What? Wait. I don't see anything on it. Okay, I gotta listen
Tried to help her. There's no. She's lost cause. I couldn't do it. There's nothing I could do.
Yeah.
With all my years of experience, in and out of bed that could help her.
Okay.
So, no, I don't know. Like, I feel
Wait, that can't be true. Is that a joke? Did I just fall for a joke? There's no way. Wait, is that a joke because Bill Maher dated Ann Coulter? Did I just fall for it? Oh my God. Here's the joke. It went over my head.
Bill, that there is this, and it happens with some of the other boomers, there's this desperate
Girl, I fell for it too.
chasing of relevance that, changes someone's mind in terms of how they approach what they do, and also kind of makes the whole undertaking feel desperate. And outside of his ideas about primarily, I think, wokeness.
This is why I need to consume horse semen, so that it makes me sharper. Okay, so I stop falling for fake news.
I don't know. It's just not for me. I know his joke he's got good joke writers who know how to write for his tone. And I've known a couple of those guys. They were comics, and they're good guys. But I can't see past, the desperation and what he's willing to do to stay in the conversation.
And what do you think about the death of Late Show's gone, Conan Show's obviously gone.
Yeah.
It's coming undone. This place that I know, I'm sure for you, was this pinnacle of where comics went, what comedy was, from Carson to Letterman to Conan.
Yeah.
What do you think of that?
I think it's just the nature of what we talked about before, is that if the bar has been lowered to consuming only clips, which is dictated by media platforms, that this whole idea of algorithms and what people's attention span can and can't do it's sort of I don't know if it's a catch-22, but it's like, even with any streamer you work on, it's like, well, our algorithm says people can't pay attention for this one. I'm like, but not my people. And if you keep promoting that, they won't. I mean, if something is good, they'll stay in it. I guess the format and the nature.
We can only consume via a 10-second or less clip. Creatine is powdered horse semen? No way. No, that's fake too. That's fake.
Of show business has just again shifted to entrepreneurs and media bubbles that are self-driven by
No, it's not.
individuals or tribal entities, and that the whole frame.
Hold on a second. Is creatine horse semen? No, it's not. You liar. You tried to get me. You tried to get me, but there's this thing called the internet. Bro, I'm going to be so for real. There's a lot of these workout things that I don't even know what they are. Like, what the hell even is creatine? It helps you have muscles. It's a chemical found naturally in the body in red meat and seafood, often used to improve exercise performance and muscle mass. Do I need to be taking this? Do I need to be taking creatine now? You still looked it up, and now your FBI agent is going to be so confused about your sudden horse semen obsession. Yeah. They're going to be like, is this enough to arrest her? Did we get it?
Of show business being this, it's the talk show. Here come the celebrities. It's just, people don't care anymore. And they're all chasing clicks on, for clips of, having interesting people do dumb shit.
And we're going to bring those pies in a second. But
oh, God damn it. I knew there was a big closer.
No, I want to end with this. It's a serious question, and it's where I was going to before. But look, when I'm on the phone with Ari and the phone cuts out, I think they're dead. I just assume the building has collapsed. Truly, earthquake, a 9/11. Truly, if they're in New York, I think a 9/11 has happened. Like, I really go there.
Takes a lot to adjust to the text just ending without a bye.
Wait, what?
It's just like the last thing said is just hanging there.
If you don't hear back from your boyfriend, you think 9/11 has happened? Something to consider. Okay, I'm going to use that now. I'm going to be like, Will, when you don't respond to me every time, I think 9/11 has happened. I think it's another 9/11. Or are you blaming a bad texter on 9/11? Not defending Bill Maher, always hated him, but anybody surprised by his views on wokeness haven't been paying attention. He hosted Politically Incorrect. He basically said, we deserve 9/11. We wear a bloody Steve Irwin costume. Yeah, he's always been a piece of shit. I think in the early 2000s, there were few liberals who were kind of dominating in the way that Bill Maher was, and I think he ingratiated himself to a lot of libs. Like, my mom used to be a really big Bill Maher fan. I think in high school I was like, I like Bill Maher. But yeah, I mean, he's always been like really Islamophobic and tried very hard to be the libbed up guy who's also an edgelord. Answer my calls or I'll assume a plane has hit the second towers.
You know Fahim Anwar?
No.
So funny. He's a very funny younger comic. And he just does this this dating, he was texting with somebody he met on a dating app. And he was he didn't know whether he was being ghosted or not, or no, he made a joke. She said something and he just, texted the dancing emoji and nothing. That was all that was left. That was the last.
Yeah. Bill Maher was like the cool pot smoking atheist guy. And I don't think it's so much that he's changed. I just think that a lot of people have moved past him. I think a lot of times that happens with, oh, wait, Islamophobic. Oh my God. You haven't seen this clip? Hold on. Okay. Let me find the thing about showing woke Ben Affleck is how many people are like, oh my God, I wasn't familiar with Ben Affleck's game. Ben Affleck is a really, really smart guy. And I think what happened with him is he kind of became a meme, like actually literally became a meme with the Dunkin' Donuts stuff, with the, with like the J-Lo second marriage, with him and Ana Darmus taking weird paparazzi walks on the beach during COVID. With the one video of him that girl on Raya showed where he's like, it's Ben. I think he kind of, especially maybe for younger people who don't know based Ben Affleck, he kind of just became a joke. And then they'll see a clip of him and be like, hold on a second. I was not familiar. Oh, that Bill Maher had talked to all billion people. Isn't it up to like how many? I think it's even, yeah, it's 2 billion people in this world are Muslim. And I guess Bill Maher has talked to every single one and determined that they're all dangerous extremists is the racism. That's what Ben is pointing out. He's like, no, you guys are racist. There are extremists in every religion, and yet you only do this about Muslims because they're brown, because they're, people who you are racist towards. Mom, by telling me you know nothing about Islam.
Wanting to foist their religion on
Do you know what's funny is when you realize that a lot of Islamophobia, a lot of racism against Muslims is literally just not knowing Arabic. It's being so, it's being such a dud. It's being so Western brained, so English language brained, that a lot of the fear comes from literally the Arabic language. Like Intifada, how Intifada is treated as on its own this demonic evil thing. and it's because it's a word in Arabic. People don't even, I don't even think they recognize that they have been conditioned to hear a language like Arabic and be afraid of it. It's literally it's Orientalist fears. That's what it is. It's Arabic, big, scary language. Therefore, anything being expressed in Arabic is big and scary and evil. It's just pure racism. I'm from a Muslim country. My family is white, though. Lots of blondes in my family. And when someone finds out my blonde mom is technically Muslim, they don't become Islamophobic, but someone who looks stereotypically Middle Eastern, they lose their mind. Yes. The reason that Frogan gets so much shit is because she's hijabi. If she were not hijabi, but still a Muslim woman, I don't think she would be as, I don't think she would receive as much vitriol. But because she is, because she is hijabi, and that is very noticeable, it results in really vile racism towards her.
Of humanity, but they want to work within the system. They're not going to blow themselves up on a bus.
Like, separate from if you agree with everything she says. That's not even part of the conversation. It's literally like how she has been targeted by the FBI, and also just the gross shit she gets from people who they may not even know any of the things she said. They just see her and they're conditioned to be like, oh, bad, evil. Oh my God, your poor sister is named Jihad. I mean, that's a beautiful name. It's just fucking the Westerners have totally mutilated and bastardized the meaning of it. It doesn't actually mean holy work, held to infidels. The actual meaning is so much more deeper and beautiful. That was one thing I learned from oh gosh, what was the hold on a sec. Hollow Half. Yeah, my friend Sarah Aziza, who wrote The Hollow Half, a memoir of bodies and borders. It's really, really so beautifully written. But one thing that is repeated in the book is she'll have these little mini chapters with a line from that is in Arabic, and then breaking down like how that translates. And what she's trying to get across is Arabic is such a beautiful language, and yet because it is the language that is spoken by Muslims, by Arabs, by brown people in the Middle East, that it is demonized because it is all a part of demonizing. It's all part of demonizing the Middle East. And in fact, it's such a gorgeous language with a really rich, deep history. But dummies, like these dummies, they hear Arabic and they just go, terrorist, evil. Arabic is one of the hardest languages to learn, I have been told. And it's also a language that I would love to know. If I could have a language, if I could be fluent in a language, I would choose Mandarin, and I would choose Arabic. I can understand with these right-wing racist idiots. On the one hand, they're always talking about like when a woman isn't covered up. Oh, she's such a whore. Look at her with her boobs out. She's a heathen. She should cover up. She should be conservative. But then they'll turn around and look at women who are hijabi and talk about how it's so oppressive. It's so stifling, like that this is wrong. It's like this man. I hate this man because he's literally just making shit up. He is just such a fucking racist. I would almost rather have him be like, yeah, no, I am racist. Yeah, that's why I believe the things I believe. That's why I say the things I believe, because I am racist. And you'd go, oh, okay, at least we can agree on that. No, he is still trying to posit himself as this amazing liberal who hates Muslims because he is justified in hating 2 billion people. Yeah, he literally said earlier it's not Islamophobia when he does it. Oh, this guy. FYI. According to the Catholic Church, as someone who was raised in the Catholic Church, like, there is never a real reason, according to the church, to leave the church. And so in doing so, you are damned to hell. That is, it's also, he is lying, right? When he's saying, oh, if you try and leave the Muslim faith, they'll kill you like every single time. You'll just be murdered. But this idea that institutions of faith across the board don't have incredibly strict rules, like, we're still arguing over, we're still taking crumbs when it comes to the Catholic Church's policies on gay couples. What the fuck are we even talking about? But yeah, you are literally taught that if you leave the Catholic Church, once you have been baptized, you have this forever bond. And again, you don't get to choose to be baptized. So I was a baby when I was baptized and forever forced into this bond that now I'm no longer a Catholic. So the idea is that I have been damned to hell for eternity. No refunds. Yeah, so I have eternal damnation. Yep. I was friends with a woman who left the Mormon church and was still harassed by them for years after the fact. And I'm sorry, are we going to act like in the United States of America, all of the fucking violence and the repression in this country is not driven by Christian extremists? Hello? Are we going to ignore the long history of Christian violence? Why do you think European Jews were being driven out of Europe because of anti-Semitism? Where do you think that was coming from? Do you think that was Muslims? No, that was European Christians. Christianity, hello, yes, the Crusades, the Spanish Inquisition. It's so crazy and just so ahistorical what they're doing
ISIS,
here.
and we need to defend these
because they're
people.
just racist. That's what it is.
Dude, you're talking ISIS couldn't fill a double-A ball.
Oh, the Muslims hate gays. Oh, if you were gay in Gaza, they'd be throwing you off the roof. No, if you were gay in Gaza, you would be under a genocide like everyone else in Gaza. Muslims hate gays? Oh yeah, because Christians such great friends to the gays. What are we talking about? Yeah, also, what roof? Okay, extremists, Muslim extremists, fundamentalists, who, scream, about doing jihad or, talk about doing it in the name of Allah, that you cannot use to then condemn everyone else. In the same way that crimes are being committed in the name of God, in how, Christian references that are being used by violent individuals in the United States, like, nobody then turns around and says every single Christian is violent, is dangerous. Words in the Christian faith that are recited by extremists are no longer, it's not as if those words then are synonymous with evil. Again, all Abrahamic religions are the same fucking God. Yeah, I mean. All right, you know what? Let's switch gears and then talk about my favorite thing to talk about. ISIS. God. He is such a loser. Ben did this another time on Bill's show too about John McCain. Yes, I've watched this clip as well, but for those who are new to the Ben Affleck is based, incredible how that clip of John McCain saying that Obama isn't an Arab, he's a decent family man, is actually being portrayed as his finest moment. Yeah, remember how liberals were all like, oh, what a good guy.
The whole idea of this intolerance and this hate and this terrorism thing. I noticed from the debate the other day, it wasn't the debate actually, it was this conversation he had. There was this woman who said to McCain, Obama is an Arab.
Right.
And he said, no, ma'am, he's not an Arab. I thought, oh, this is wonderful. He's repudiating this kind of intolerance and hatred. He said, no, he's not an Arab. He's a good man.
Right.
Also, is that Bernie? Did he just dap Bernie on the back?
Yeah.
Did a wild Bernie appear?
What if somebody said, I heard he's a Jew, and I said, no, he's not a Jew, he's all right.
Right.
I hear the guy's a Catholic. Catholic? No, he's a decent guy.
Right. Yeah.
Arab and good person are not antithetical to one another.
This
idea of prejudice that we've allowed to fester in this campaign, where we've allowed this idea where denying the fact that Obama, who, yes, is not an Arab, nor is he a Muslim, but we've allowed that denial to turn into the acceptance of both of those things as a
he's one of the good guys.
slur is really a problem. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. But the irony of John McCain.
These aren't slurs. These are categories of human being.
Right.
They're not slurs of people. And no one in the media stood up and said that. Instead, they just followed around Joe the plumber and want to interview British.
But if John McCain
bullshit they do every fucking day over and over again.
But if John
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, okay? Here's the reality. If you were to be like, I hate all Jews, you would rightfully be called an anti-Semite. If you were to say, I hate black people, you would rightfully be called a racist. If, any group of people generalizing that way, you would be rightfully called a bigot. When it comes to Muslims, it is so normalized and acceptable to just generalize your hatred against Muslims. It is always astonishing to me when I will hear people be like, look, I like most people. Okay, I'm not a racist, but I just don't trust Muslims. I don't care for Muslims. And you're like, okay, so you have to understand that's just racism 101. But there is this idea, and I think you see that exemplified in the Bill Maher and Ben Affleck first clip we watched, is that you can't be racist against Muslims, that you can't be bigoted against Muslims. It's almost this belief that it doesn't count. It's not the same thing. And yes, the early 2000s were a crazy time, but we have that kind of crazy racism towards Muslims happening today. The way that Democrats and Republicans have treated Zohran Mamdani, it is like post 9/11 levels of racism. All of the anti-Palestinian racism that is so transparent, where even for people who are starting to turn on their support of Israel, they're still not comfortable listening to Palestinians advocate for themselves. It's like Palestinians will tell us this is what's been going on, and it's not until maybe the New York Times or a white person goes on TV and is like, this is what's going on, that then people will listen to them. And they're like, oh yeah. And it's like, hello, this is what the Palestinians have been saying. We just, we don't allow them to speak for themselves. There's like an inherent distrust, My favorite clip of Bill Maher being wrong about brown people and being shut down. Oh, this is
for Hamas. They are in with the terrorists.
They were for the Palestinians.
Well, it's sort of the same cause.
As you can see, I already liked this tweet.
Are you?
I'm on the side of the kids.
Yeah, that's easy to say. You know, no one wants to see kids dead.
Yeah, no one wants
this
to
is
see
a
dead
war.
kids.
It's
very brave of you to say
this is a
Unless
war.
they're
No, I'm
brown
the one who's
kids.
actually brave on this.
Do you know what's so funny? Bill Burr, who just said, so brave of you to say that. That's the same thing Ben Affleck said 12 years ago when he was on that panel. He's like, wow, so brave.
Pat yourself on the back.
It's easy to say I'm for the kids. Who's not for the kids?
Well, I
it
don't
comes
understand-
down to real hard-nosed decisions. Like a
No,
country.
stop talking like you're a general.
A country got attacked. Israel got attacked.
I'm not saying that they didn't have a right to go back. I'm just sitting there going like, how do I look at
We're
what?
the only country in the world that they get attacked, and then as soon as they counterattack, it's like, well, we got to stop this shit now. Don't attack them. There's a very simple solution to all this problem in the Middle East. Stop attacking Israel.
Hey, you
Stop
just solved
attacking
it.
Israel.
You just
I did.
solved it.
I actually
there
did.
you go. That's fair.
Okay, and I would then also like to posture, I would also like to pose, Israel don't attack. How about that? How about Israel don't attack as
Fantastic.
well?
Anyway,
All right,
we don't need to get onto
go
that.
Let's go to Russia and the Ukraine. How do you solve that one, Bill? Let me hear your hard-nosed decision about that. Well, let me ask you a question. How is war still legal? With all the shit that's been canceled.
Legal.
Why is that still fucking legal?
Would you like a real answer to that? Because for something to be illegal, you have to have the capacity to enforce it. And you can't enforce against war, or else you have to go to war with the country that's going to war. And we don't want to go to war with Russia over Ukraine. What would be the sense of making it illegal? Oh, that's really going to stop Putin. No. To stop people from going to war, you have to also put
Just can't sit down and talk it out. Why can't Putin do a podcast with the head guy? Like, you just solved the Middle East on a podcast. Why can't they solve what they're doing on a podcast?
This is why this is not your thing.
Make some
this
hard-nosed
is
decisions.
This is my
It's not your thing. It's what you.
It is my thing.
It isn't your
this
thing.
Is not
it
your
isn't.
thing.
You're like that guy
Plain
that has a fantasy football team and thinks he's a fucking GM.
No.
That's exactly what it is. Like, why am I fucking listening to you like you've done something? What have you done in war?
That may be the most accurate comparison. You are like a guy who has a fantasy football team and thinks he's an NFL coach. Oh my God. Okay, last little thing I'm going to cover before gaming time. I don't think things have changed at all. The people who care just didn't have a voice online until now. I remember getting banned from platforms in 2002 to 2005 for just saying certain words like Islam or Arabs, though the racists were also getting banned. No good or bad talk about Islam, basically. I think, yes, things haven't changed as far as just how normalized Islamophobia is in the West. Things have changed around the question of Palestine, around the concept of Palestinian liberation, but that is a result of Israel committing the most televised recorded genocide for the last 2 years, that they burned so much of their goodwill and burned a lot of bridges. And that, I don't think, in my cynical mind, I'm like, I don't think it's so much that people, it's not that they have let go of their Islamophobic bigotries and that's why they're supporting Palestine. I think it's because Israel is just so evil. I think they are so unbelievably evil and have been documenting their own evils that it's been too much for a lot of people. Unfortunately, I don't think it's an indication that like Islamophobia is disappearing from our society. It's that they're psychopathically, undeniably evil. So it's still really important to talk about the prevalence of Islamophobia and how that is still something that we have to dismantle. Islamophobia is a reason as to why for decades Western people have been captured by these false narratives painting Israel as the good guys. because Islamophobia is so baked into our society, and it creates permission to not care about what happens to people like Palestinians. For sure, I wanted to put the fight into perspective. Oh, no, I don't think you were disagreeing with me. I understand what you're saying, where, yes, this is one good thing that the internet has done. It's given a platform to people who otherwise have been shut out of mainstream media, who have been gatekept by the gatekeepers. The internet has given those who have never been allowed to advocate for themselves on, you know, in the media, to speak in their own words and tell their own stories, have been able to do so via the internet, via platforms like TikTok. I know plenty of middle-class white liberals who hate on Islam all the time and have a lot of shitty beliefs, but have been showing up to rallies for Palestine because of just how horrific it's gotten. Yes, I do as well. I know plenty of liberals who have bad opinions generally around Muslims, and are similar to how a lot of Republicans in this country also feel, but have shifted so drastically against Israel. So that's a good thing. Don't get me wrong. The massive shift amongst Democratic voters in this country, which should also tell Democratic politicians that Palestine is a politically popular position. It's not just the morally correct position. It is also becoming more and more popular to stand against Israel. But that's it. So that's a good thing. It's a good thing, that shift. I think it's just still I think it's just still like making sure we get that that's not because Islamophobia has been dismantled and we still have a lot of work to do. Okay. Hello. All night long. Wow, just what I needed.
Great song, right?
Yeah, a perfect a perfect way to end my going off on in this club, my monologuing. My monologue. I'm always monologuing. I love a monologue.
Do love to monologue.
I do love to monologue.
You do.
Well, that's why I'm a streamer.
Do you want to do the stream together thing again?
Sure.
All right, cool.
Sure.
I sent you an invite. Did you know about Poopgate?
Which one?
Okay, the Dave Matthews Band Poopgate.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah, where all the poop got dumped in the Chicago River.
Dude, I just learned about that today. Incredible.
I mean, not really.
No, I mean, it was terrible, but
it was like almost
incredible.
1,000 pounds of shit.
Dude, and it was Dave Matthews and the band's shit. Like, that is just a crazy... There was a lady that got pooped on.
Yes. No, it was in my hometown.
I know. That's just... I learned about so much today.
Oh, sorry to interrupt your learning about Poopgate. Before I forget, I was told something to change about the QTE settings.
Yeah, I also was
You were
told
also
that.
okay.
Yes,
Great. I didn't.
yes.
I didn't want to forget about that. Anyway, yeah, it's great. You learn something new every day, and today that thing you learned was Poopgate
And hail cannons.
And what, hail cannons?
Yes.
What's that?
So it's not like a real thing, but there's these farmers that have these giant cannons because they believe if they shoot air into the sky, it'll break up hailstorms and the hails will not hail on their crops. So there's these guys that just shoot completely ineffective giant cannons into the sky to try to prevent the hail.
And all they're doing is like accidentally killing a bird.
Yeah, it's not.
Somewhere far away, a bird drops to the ground, and these guys are like, "Got
the
it."
concept that I brought up,
Got
which
that hail.
provoked this idea, was if a tsunami was coming towards the shore.
Tsunami.
Hypothetically, if you got enough guns,
Would you fight it?
Like, and when I say enough, I mean like barrel to barrel. Too many that would even
good news.
Been able to,
good news is that I'm now a gun owner. I actually have 2 of them.
Wow.
I don't know if you probably aren't watching
Let me
my
guess,
stream.
you're holding both of your arms up and flexing.
What do you mean?
You think the darkness is your ally. I was born in it, molded by it.
I learned something today too.
Okay.
I learned that you can purchase horse semen and bull testicles on the internet.
Did you test this theory?
No, it's expensive.
Like how expensive?
I mean, it depends on the horse. The superior steeds is going to run you a couple thousand.
Ugh.
Yeah, I know.
I feel like we probably shouldn't invest in that.
My chat is like, please, not this again. Please, we did this for 30 minutes. Please. Did you know? It's because we were talking about Fear Factor. Did you ever used to watch Fear Factor?
Yeah.
Okay. So someone was like, or no, I was reading about this controversial reality show from 2004, and they said it's very similar to Fear Factor, which was also controversial. I went, wait, I don't remember. What was controversial about Fear Factor? And then some people were like, well, people almost died. I said, yeah, I guess I should assume reality shows like that, someone probably
it was
has
called
died.
Fear Factor.
But the one thing then they brought up was that people had to chug things like horse semen.
Oh, yeah, that's weird.
Yeah. And apparently in an episode where these 2 girls had to chug horse semen, they lost right afterwards too. Can you imagine?
No, you just had to go home with a belly full of horse semen.
I know, like all I got from this show was a stupid shirt, but all I got from the show was drinking a cup full of horse semen.
That's so gross.
Yeah, controversial for how expensive that would be. So true.
That's true. That they blew the whole budget, pun intended.
They blew it. That's Yep. Anyway, you have.
I love learning.
As Chris Melberger said, I love learning.
Learning.
I love to learn. When are we playing Peak again, by the way?
I don't know. We should do another drunk Peak night.
I know. I told Will, because Will's been playing Peak the last couple days.
Will he play Peak with me and you and Chris?
I asked him. He said he's down.
Drunk Peak?
Yeah.
Will he drink?
Yeah.
Drunk Peak night.
Drunk Peak night.
2.
Let's set it.
3, actually.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Okay.
Yeah, we'll figure out a night. I mean, it doesn't matter to me really, but I clicked on his stream today and I heard him talking about the intricacies of becoming Timmy.
You know, one of these days I feel like he's just going to be Timmy permanently.
Like he'll just wake up as Timmy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it'll switch. Like Will is the voice that he does in the way that now he plays the character of
You'll be
Timmy.
like, no, bring him back. No, where's Will?
I know.
Be like,
and then I have to go.
It's only Timmy Game Guy now.
I have to go on this quest to try and get Will back because he's just become Timmy.
Bring him back.
Here's what I will say. If he decides, bring her back, bring him back. If he decides to become Timmy, then I'm full-time going Moaning Myrtle.
Yeah, that's only fair. And I'll be suffering.
Yeah,
so.
and then you'll never come over ever again.
No.
Yeah.
Question really quick before we start. Do you prefer when you go to a coffee shop?
Okay.
If you go to the same coffee shop every day, do you prefer if they remember your name and they remember your order, or if they just like pretend they don't know you and let you come in and get your coffee and leave?
I like the familiarity. Otherwise, I start to question if I've even been there before, and then I start to question my entire reality.
Like the fabric of reality starts falling apart in front of you.
What's happening? Is this real life? Am I in the Matrix?
Right.
Yeah.
No, I understand that. Okay. I'm taking kind of like a census in a way, you know?
Because you don't like it.
I am 50-50. Like I like it. I think it's fine. However, if I were to go in and they already had my drink made, I think I would stress in case I thought maybe what if I wanted to change it. Now, I have not and will not ever change the drink that
But
I
it's
drink.
the what if one day I wanted
one day
to and I couldn't.
Do you remember that one time we went to that coffee shop and I sent the girl at the coffee shop into a spiral because I tried to order a mocha?
Yeah, and that was, you ruined her life. I have not seen her back. I have not seen her back at that coffee shop, and
she spiraled.
I think she might be in.
Here's how the conversation went. I said, hey, can I get a white mocha? Because a white mocha is like a pretty common thing. Like a mocha is normal. A white mocha is actually still pretty common. Like if they're going to have like a kind of mocha, white mocha is normal. And so she was like, I was like, can you do a white mocha? And she was like, no,
She's like,
those
should
are
I
the
just kill
flavors that we
myself?
have. And I was like, I looked, she's like, those are the flavors we have. And so I was like, oh, and I look and it's like the syrups or whatever. And I'm like, maybe a caramel. And she was like, caramel latte. And I was like, no, like a caramel mocha. And then she was like, mocha latte. And I was like, no, a mocha. She was like, okay.
And then she's like, should I just kill myself now? And then you were also like, should I kill myself
And
now?
I'm standing there going, I don't think I'm coming up with anything crazy. Like, I'm not really, like, I'm gaslighting myself into thinking I've invented a mocha and just given the directions to some poor person. And then I finally got a mocha and it was perfectly good.
I like how that social interaction is probably one that you both equally were stressed out by.
I thought everything that I knew about mochas had changed. And I was like, am I always an asshole maybe when I order a mocha? Like I'm making them do something that they don't normally do?
It's an off-menu item.
Did I just invent the first mocha?
Patent it. $1 billion idea.
So
I would
true.
just be like, yeah, sure, and then not get the coffee I want.
I'd be like, oh, can I actually have a glass of water? Hey, thank you so much.
Why are we all so stressed about food service interactions? I don't think we are all stressed by food service interactions. Because a lot of times Sam will tell me these interactions from her day. And I'm like, wait, why was it stressful? Wait, what was the problem?
It's kind of like a one thing turns into the next, you know?
But does it?
And then all of a sudden I've ordered a carton of milk and I'm right back to where I started.
Yeah, who's this we?
I don't know. Life's crazy. I'm just playing in the sand. I have to go pee real quick.
Caroline said don't. Okay, what is the thing that we have to change?
I think I have to change it on my end, but basically it's a setting to make it so that we can do the QuickTime events.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go pee and you can talk to my chat.
You got
also
it, though?
accept the thing that I sent you on Twitch for the combined thing.
We accept the love we think we deserve.
Yep. Yeah, accept that thing.
Okay.
I gotta go potty. Okay. There we go. All right, cool, great.
We accept the love we think we deserve. I deserve none. Is she getting milk again? Probably. Anyway, everyone say hi. Everyone do a group chat hug. Group chat hug. Share chat. I hope we're all doing well. It's Monday night, which, you know, can kind of suck. I always hated Mondays. Still don't love them, but I especially hated Mondays when I worked a corporate job. But we're here to make your Monday night a little bit better. Or if it's not Monday night, wherever you are, we're here to make it a little bit better. That's all we can try to do. All we can try to do is make it a little bit better. I have job interviews tomorrow. Ugh. Good luck. Be yourself, but also be what you think will get you the job. When I used to do job interviews, I would just relate every single thing back to me working in politics. When I would go in for jobs that I was not qualified for and had nothing to do with my political work, I would just wax poetic about how I could, when I was working in politics, this was very similar, even when it wasn't similar. So yeah, lie, I guess. Lie. Everybody does it. Everyone lies. Be real with us. How much is Sam viewbotting? If I were to give a rough estimate, I would say probably 89.9%.
Of your audience's bots?
No, yours.
Oh, yeah, true.
Yeah. I'm surprised XQC hasn't called you out yet. Maybe I should
Dude,
message him.
And I would hope that he would, because he's really, really good at writing his own tweets.
Do you know what's been
and not
interesting to
using
me?
ChatGPT.
Huh? It's been interesting to me to see big streamers pointing fingers and calling people out for viewbotting when it's like, aren't you also?
No, it's the people that call
like
other people out for stuff a lot of times.
It's like the Spider-Man meme.
Yeah, the people that call other people out for stuff a lot of times, I'll be like, the call's coming from inside the house right now. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, I'm just confused, I guess. So I guess you should know that me accusing Sam of being 90% botted is really a projection, because yeah, I am the view botter.
I am my own biggest bot farm.
Be the bot that you want to see.
Be the bot that you want to see in the world.
Be the bot you want to see in the world. Yeah.
I ordered cookies.
Oh, sounds good. Sam only has one viewer. It's a 90-year-old man who doesn't know how to close his browser. And that 90-year-old man
Borst.
Is me.
Yeah. One day he'll figure it out.
The most annoying
it's a YouTube guy from last time.
The most annoying part of the bot drama is that I could have been botting myself up the ladder without being caught.
Dude, when I figured out how many people are botting, you know what I thought? Holy fuck, this whole time I could have been botting. I didn't realize I could have jumped on the bandwagon.
I'm going to be so for real. I would not know how to do it though.
I don't know either. I still don't understand how it was done, even though people
screw it up.
I don't get it.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you could do it now though.
Yeah, true. And I know exactly who to ask, which is perfect.
Is it like a
We're so bad, guys.
Is it like a dark web thing? Where do I go? That's how I was feeling about the horse semen. I was like, do I have to go on the dark web? And then I Googled it, and then I went, oh, of course they're selling it because people breed horses. So that's why they need the semen.
It's the botting to horse semen pipeline.
Have you ever been on the dark web?
You know, can I be honest with you? Like, when I was younger, thought that the dark web was like a website.
Wait, is it not?
I thought that I just thought it was like like one website,
what
and it was all dark mode, and like everything was like neon colors, and like it would kind of look like a back alley of like I don't know.
It's just darkweb.com. Wait, is that real? Am I gonna get in trouble if I click on that?
Don't go to that. Don't go to that.
It's too late. I already clicked it.
Illegal.darkweb.internet. That's where that one lady bought, like, what did she buy? It was she bought a disease to give to her roommate because she wanted to kill her roommate, and she ended up getting arrested by like the FBI because she had basically had like a you know what I'm talking about?
No. She bought a disease?
So there was a lady,
like chlamydia or
there
something?
was a lady who wanted to kill her roommate, and so she bought I can't remember what it was. It was MRSA. No, but it was Versa. She bought Versa, and then she had it delivered, and then FBI got wind of it, and they traced it to her house and then arrested her because it was a weapon of mass destruction.
Oh my god. But you can get that off the web? So like that's where she got it?
I don't know where she got it, but she did, and they arrested her. And
my FBI agent is going to be so confused when they're looking through my search history. Do you ever Google something? Do you ever Google something then get scared that you're like, wait, could this look bad?
No, definitely. You want to know the worst thing I Googled that I was like, nah, this is, and it's not even that bad. So when I was like, it was before I started streaming, I wanted to write a book. I always wanted to be an author.
Oh.
And so when I was writing characters, I haven't spent a whole lot of time around kids like in my life because I haven't had like family members. So when I was
we
trying
know you've held a
to-
baby 3 times.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So when I was trying to visualize, like when I would try to implement like a child in my book, I would have to be like, okay, what is, like I'm imagining a kid, but like I don't know how old this kid is. And so I would Google like 10-year-old.
Oh no. Oh no.
I was trying to see like, what does a 10-year-old look like? Is this like the age I'm visualizing?
Yeah, you're just trying to
and then
creatively
as soon as
write.
I did it, I was like, we gotta just not do that ever. Like we have to guess. We're now guessing from ever on.
I'm sorry. I can't believe you had to Google a child.
Because I don't know, like when you say a 10-year-old, I can't really visualize what a 10-year-old looks like. Like also kids between the age of like 3 and 7 couldn't tell you what they look like.
Yeah, that's a massive difference.
Like a 5-year-old?
Googling 10-year-olds.
Do they talk?
What are
I don't
you, a
know.
streamer on Kick?
I technically kind of actually, because I wasn't streaming, but somebody used my
Are you a guy whose name rhymes with Personally?
Scatter Judy. Scatter Judy is not a pervert.
One
She's
time
a
I-
wholesome gambler, and she's trying to make money for her family.
One time I did Google how to make a pipe bomb.
Okay.
Just like I was
just to
curious.
know.
Yeah. Well, there's also that how to blow up a. Did you ever watch or read how to blow up a pipeline?
No.
Okay. Anyway.
We read like Of Mice and Men. And...
Well, sometimes I do. Sometimes I get just curious about something. You
Right.
know, I love learning. I genuinely, I'm not even.
I love learning.
I'm not even trying to do a meme here. I love learning,
Yeah.
and I'll go, how do you do that?
Yeah. No, we were talking about this last night. Sometimes you just go down the rabbit hole of curiosity.
You do,
And then you
end up
realize
on
you've
an
ended up in a
FBI
weird spot, and you're like,
on an
"Ooh, this is
FBI
actually
watch
weird for me to
list."
be here." But the process of me getting here isn't that weird. I don't know.
It's like,
We're just
look,
curious little
it's one of
guys.
those I can't explain. Okay, I
No.
really can't explain. Yeah, my defense is I love I'm I'm an intellectually curious person. I'm an intellectual.
Yeah. She's built different.
Yeah. And I don't know, there's a lot of things that you're like, how does that work? How
Yeah. I think about that with electricity a lot. And also
how does lamp?
the postal service.
How does lamp?
Like how do they know? I know how they know where the letters go, but how do they get them there? Like actual question. I'm a truck.
Okay.
I'm a truck and I'm driving down the street and I
What
have a
kind
bunch
of
of
truck?
letters in me. No, I don't need to be the truck. I can be the person driving the truck.
Okay.
I'm the driver of the truck who delivers the mail. And I have all this mail in my truck. How do I know where the letter is that goes in the mailbox that I'm at?
Do you really want to
I don't know. Like Amazon, right? Like they pull up to my house. Do they have a little alarm that goes off when they drive past my address that says there's one here?
They're organized. You know that
In alphabetical or what?
You know that different drivers and delivery drivers and postal workers are assigned to like different areas, and so they
Yeah, but
have the mail
it's like-
sorted by
like how big?
Caitlin. So it's this thing called maps and labels. Heart. They're
But
not
also,
just.
like,
They're
before-
not. I have a question for you. What do you think of Santa Claus? Real or not?
Somewhere in between, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So
I think he's a
the
metaphor.
USPS is not how
He's a
Santa
metaphor
Claus...
for the American Postal Service, which I don't fucking understand.
Yeah, it is crazy. This is the kind of informational video that goes on children's TV. Yeah. See, when I'm looking things up, it's not how do they know where to deliver the mail, but
The difference between our Google searches are how to build a pipe bomb. Where does the mail come from?
let the record show from my FBI agent. It's not because I'm trying to build one. Okay, it's
My FBI
curiosity,
agents just-
but curiosity killed the cat. Yeah, blah blah blah. Whatever.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Yeah. My Google search is 10-year-olds and where does a mail come from? Like I am a child,
You
like
are a
hoping for
little-
Santa.
Yes. Oh God. Oh no. Don't look up like schools in your area.
No. It's like I have some like things I want to donate, like local schools.
Oh no. You're like, I'm just trying to drop off some old books and stuff.
All right, game time.
Okay. Oh God.
I was doing a granny run before this.
Oh yeah. How is that game? You seem
It's fun.
in it.
Like Granny's a great game. You just have to
Oh!
go into it knowing that it's not. It is a horror game, but also it's more about the gameplay. It is a technical game. Like you're winning the game.
Wait, it's a game that's about the gameplay, isn't?
Yeah, but like it's about playing the game. It's not about. Well, it is about the
So
experience.
you have to play the game to play the game.
Yeah, I think you understand.
Yeah, no, oh yeah, totally. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Yeah. It's like FNAF, right? So FNAF's a horror game, but it's about the gameplay. Like you are playing to win it. Okay,
Are there
system-
games that you play to not win? I'm sorry, I'm still new to gaming, so
nuanced.
these are things that I'm learning. So there are some games that you have to play the game to play the game with the
right,
result
like
of
The
winning.
Sims.
Okay.
Or Roller Coaster Tycoon. Or
I
don't know.
Gotta spend money to make money. That's
Okay,
right.
let me- Options.
Some games are about. See, when other people explain it in chat, it makes sense.
See,
when
I think
you
I have to go
explain
into the
it,
options
you say
when I'm
things like,
in the game.
Sometimes you play the game to play the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Hold on, I'm trying to figure out how to do this.
Sometimes the game. Okay, while you're doing that, I'm gonna go pee.
Okay.
Sometimes you
Game
gotta play the
settings.
game to play the game, everyone.
Does anybody in chat know you should be able to do it before starting? Is it here? Like do I hit play game
Wait,
and
the
then
content
do
rating
it?
for the channel just updated? No.
Huh?
Is it because we were talking about pipe bombs?
No way.
No way. Or is it because Sam was talking about Googling 10-year-olds?
Honestly, there's an array of things.
It honestly, maybe it goes back to the mocha. Or is it the horse semen?
There's too many things to do.
It could be anything.
Is changing camera from customized
Are we
to
in trouble?
gonna do anything that I'll like or no?
Am I in trouble?
Are we gonna be okay?